um, is not here. We'll see it in verbiage. You have more information about that. But I think we should begin with testimonies. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Sure, we can say that,
Yes.
include with the, witness, status, the innocent board of subpoena perspective.
Okay.
Our first witness is Alex Villanueva.
Before we begin, can you raise your hand? Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony that you will give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Alex Villanueva, via Victor ILLNUB.
Good morning, sir. Welcome to the Civilian Oversight Commission special hearing. I've been trying to meet you since March of 2022. Sir, I heard your lawyers on television say that if the COC wanted to hear your testimony, they should have invited you. I want to show you an exhibit we're going to mark as via Exhibit 1, a March 25th, 22 letter from me to you. Can we put up Exhibit 1, please?
Well, this is a question and answer format. So he's going to ask you a question that you can. And we're going to answer all you know. What did you get up for?
Since you guys have spent so many these special hearings back with me for hours and hours, and I think you should afford me the opportunity to give it over to Mike before you start your question.
Well, the problem is that you are one of many witnesses who has testified before this commission, and none of those witnesses gave us what statement. So we're just going to treat them that way. And they're going into the bathroom just to get the evidence regarding whether there are deputy gangs within the sheriff department impact on the local community. Go ahead, Eric.
So I was calling your attention to the exhibit number 1. I've given you an exhibit book. If you open it, you can see that. It'll also be on the big board here. This is a copy of a document sent by me on March 25th, 2022. And can you highlight the portion of that document in the second paragraph? Because of my belief, well, why don't you read it into the record, sir? I'll make it easier and faster for everybody.
He needs to get his glasses. I think we all understand.
But the paragraph, because of my belief,
Yes, please, sir, into the record, if you would.
here, because of my belief that you and we share common goals of ensuring effective and lawful policing, so that the residents of Los Angeles County can have high confidence that the LSD and its deputies operate consistent with law. I would appreciate the opportunity to meet with you in person to discuss the investigation and to determine how you can assist to ensure complete, accurate, prompt achievement of the goal.
And can we agree that you didn't accept that invitation? We haven't met.
Well, I can tell you what,
That would be yes or no, sir. Can we agree that you didn't accept the invitation and we didn't meet? Yes or no?
you want to hear from me, or do you want
I
to?
want you to answer my question, sir. That's how we're going to run in a traditional courtroom Q&A format. I'll ask the question, give an answer. I'll have another question, you'll give an answer. Let's proceed in an orderly way if we can, sir.
Let's start with, this is not a courtroom. This is not a real courtroom. There's no cross-examination possible.
What was your Van Dievel's hat, Alex?
Could, listen, it's taken us a couple years to get this testimony. We're here at Loyola Law School trying to develop the evidence in a professional and respectful manner. People who have to endure policing by these deputy gangs deserve a full record. We're not going to have that if we treat this forum like some kind of a sideshow or a circus. So I will ask our audience, could you respect the forum? Our witness, could you please answer yes or no? I'm sure if you want to, Mr. Deitzler will give you a chance to explain that he needs an answer.
Tell you what, I will give the yes or no answer to the question Mr. Deitzler asked. However, given that I've seen the testimony of former Undersheriff Neil Tyler, 30-minute response to the questions, I will have the same opportunity. Is that correct, Mr. Kennedy?
Our intention is to treat you like we treat any other witness.
Would you answer my question, sir? You, in response to the invitation I offered you on March 25th, 2022, didn't accept my invitation. We've never met. Is that true?
That's true.
And can we look, please, at exhibit number 2? That's a letter from me dated May 6th, 2022. And would you read it to the record, the 3rd and 4th paragraphs of that letter?
May 24th, 2022, at Loyola Law School in Robinson, Fort Greene, the commission will conduct an evidentiary hearing addressing certain information relating to the subjects described above. Anticipated there will be testimony about deputy subgroups known as the banditos and the executioners. In addition, I expect that there will be testimony regarding the existence of a subgroup within the men's central jail. Please accept my invitation to the commission hearing. It will commence at 9 a.m. at the date location prior. I would be delighted to work with your scheduler so that the commission may have the maximum opportunity to accommodate your schedule.
Can we agree that you didn't attend on May 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you, sir, receive a subpoena to appear at the Oversight Commission hearing to testify on July the 1st of 2022?
I believe at some point I did receive multiple.
Let me ask you to take a look at exhibit number 3, which is a subpoena addressed to you, sir, requiring your appearance on July 1st, 2022 at 9 a.m. at Loyola Law School, Robinson Auditorium. You've seen that subpoena before, haven't you, sir?
Yes.
And can we agree that that was a subpoena which you have not complied with until this morning?
It's a compound question.
No, it isn't. Would you answer the question, sir? Is this a subpoena that you have not complied with until this morning? Yes or no?
No.
You don't dispute that the Civilian Oversight Commission has authority to issue the subpoena to require your attendance and the attendance of other witnesses at these hearings, do you, sir?
I think the appellate court made very clear responsibilities are in the proper procedure to issue a subpoena, which you refused to follow until now.
Sir, the appellate decision related to the ability to hold you in contempt, not to the question of whether the COC had power. Isn't that true, sir?
That is false.
I see. Okay, well, perhaps we'll get back to it if we need to. Am I correct in understanding that in addition to being here pursuant to a subpoena, that you are also a candidate for public office?
Of course, that's why I'm here.
I see. You see this testimony as a part of your campaign. Is that a fair summary?
No, this is a process of electioneering that the Oversight Commission is engaged in. Like when I was candidate for re-election, now I'm candidate for board of supervisors, and here we are again.
Are you currently employed?
How's that?
Are you currently employed?
I'm retired.
I see. And when is the last time you were employed, sir?
Last time I was employed was December of 2022.
That was after you were left the office of the Sheriff of Los Angeles County,
That is correct.
and you've been unemployed, retired since then. Is that true?
Retired.
Do you believe that elected officials have an obligation to speak truthfully when addressing the public?
Always.
And do you believe that a person seeking elective office has an obligation to tell the truth to the public?
Always.
You haven't always told the truth to the public about deputy gangs, cliques and subgroups in the sheriff's department, have you, sir?
False.
Well, let me show you what you told the public in the debate with Sheriff Luda in your failed reelection campaign. Could you play the excerpt from the September 21st, 1922 debate?
But deputy gangs has become a political buzzword, and it's just like unicorns. Everybody knows what a unicorn looks like, but I challenge you, name one. Name a single deputy gang member, and I've yet to hear that.
First of all, sir, let me show you a photo. Number 502. That's a unicorn, isn't it? Sir? Let me ask you to take a look at 503. And that's a caveman, isn't it, sir? That's a caveman, isn't it, sir?
Retired undersheriff below. Retired honorably, he despairs in the plaintiff referring to him by the name of a tattoo.
Is he a caveman? Yes,
He's
or
a
no?
human being, he's a retired member of law enforcement in good standing with an impeccable work history, who served his county honor. And you call him, we're trying to reference him as a calling.
Of the 9,000 sworn officers in the LASD, you chose Mr. Murakami to be the undersheriff. Is that true?
That's correct.
Before you appointed him to the second most important job in the nation's oldest sheriff's department, did you ask him if he was still a member of the caveman or another gang or clique or subgroup?
First, the sheriff's department is 174-year-old and is by far not the oldest sheriff's department in the nation.
I apologize for giving you extra credit. Now, could you answer my question?
Repeat your questions.
My question was, before you appointed Mr. Murakami to the job of undersheriff, did you ask him whether he was a member of any gang, subgroup, or clique? Yes or no?
No.
Given your position that you were the first sheriff to do anything about the problem of tattoo cliques, subgroups, and gangs, didn't you think it was important to ask Mr. Murakami whether he was a member of one of those organizations?
Of course not.
Well, it was no secret that he was a member of the cavemen, is it?
You want to know the truth?
Yeah, that's why we're here. Well, we want to know the truth. It's no secret he was a member of the cavemen, is it?
Here, there's no secret there are subgroups within the sheriff's department. Like it's no secret there are subgroups in the NYPD, any of our paramilitaries. They exist everywhere, and they will always exist because that is human nature. So now, when we go from that to try to describe them as being a gang, well, you're missing the key element, which is misconduct. Please tell me what misconduct Mr. Murakami was engaged 43-year career.
I promise you, sir, when we get to that portion of analyzing the statute, the proposed policies, and your so-called policy, we'll come to an understanding about what is required to violate the penal code and be a gang member. So let's not try to get too far ahead of ourselves. The question was, lots of people knew at the time that Under Sheriff Murakami was a member of the cavemen. Isn't that true?
False.
Nobody knew. It was a surprise when first you learned.
It is false. As your question is framed, it is false.
Okay, tell me when you learned he was a member of the cavemen.
Again, that's like the question of when did you stop beating your wife? That's a false statement.
We weren't inquiring about your domestic problems. My question is whether and when you learned, whether and when you learned Mr. Murakami was a caveman.
Put it this way. I know he was a deputy sheriff. I hired him as already been in office for 40+ years at the time, with a remarkable career, overcoming adversity, overcoming the corruption of the Olsen-Ocken-Lee-Baca regime, and mark himself for his integrity, his honesty. At no point anyone has ever referred it.
Let me ask you to play 504, which is testimony that was given here by retired Chief Burson on the question of Mr. Murakami.
What about the undersheriff Murakami? Did you know him?
Yes, I did.
And about how long did you know the undersheriff Murakami?
For approximately 30 years.
Do you know whether he has a tattoo as a member of a deputy clique?
I understand he has a tattoo of a caveman on his ankle. Yes.
And the cavemen were a deputy clique, as you understood it?
Yes.
Now, East LA Station was your home station when you were a deputy, is that true?
Correct.
And were you a caveman?
Excuse me?
Were you a member of the cavemen?
Remember the sheriff's department? LA Sheriff's Station.
Were you a member of the cavemen clique? And were you invited to become one?
No.
You understood that membership in deputy cliques is by invitation only, is that true?
It could be whatever it is.
But you don't know whether it's open season, anybody can join a deputy clique and get a tattoo if they wish? This hasn't come to your attention before today?
Maybe you should have asked that question of my party.
Would you answer my question, sir?
Well,
My question quite simply is, did you understand that deputy clique membership was by invitation only? Yes or no? You had the impression that anybody could join a deputy clique and get a tattoo if they wished. Is that fair?
I'll say this. Across the history of the sheriff's department going back 50 years, we can say that these subgroups exist and always existed in one way or another, formally, informally, across time. At the very beginning, 70 or 50 years ago, there were not a whole lot of women in law enforcement, especially in patrol, as there are today. Things change. The same thing happens with these subgroups. Because I know you like to refer to them as exclusionary subgroups. But exactly how diverse was the department in 1970 or 1980? Times change, departments change, personnel change, and the whole issue about subgroups is a very informal process and enforced over time. Does not make it a criminal conspiracy to try to paint.
So things change over time. You strike me as a subscriber to the Los Angeles Times. Is that correct?
I don't subscribe, yes.
And you read the hard copy or do you read the online version?
I would not want to waste time with a hard copy.
Well, let me give you the opportunity to do that. This morning's Los Angeles Times front page has a headline that says, "Fight at Bowling Alley exposes another alleged deputy gang." And let me, by my approach, give you the chance to think of the hard copy of Los Angeles Times.
I read that article.
And could we put it up? Oh, good, thank you. The article describes a bunch of tattooed deputies celebrating a promotion by beating up teenagers, flashing guns, taunting them, directing homophobic slurs at them. You read all of that in the newspaper, did you not, sir?
I read that.
And this occurred in February of 2020, is that right? We'll take a look at the newspaper and see whether it provides it.
I believe it says February 2022.
It does. I'm sorry, February 2022, yes. And that was on your watch. You were still the sheriff at the time. And so in that regard, the article is correct that there was this incident involving sheriff's deputies in Montclair, as I recall. Is that what you remember?
Well, let's stop right there. He said, according to the Times, you're want to use the Times as a source of information. That's not a source of
For anything, I see. Were you aware?
I just want to say there's no question from the audience. Both Mr. Villanueva and Mr. Vixer are trying to develop testimony. I don't think it's fair to either of them for members of the audience to interrupt and break their concentration. Go ahead.
Accepting for the moment as true the article which describes the behavior. Would you agree that's the behavior of a deputy gang?
No.
Why is the flashing of a gun, taunting of people by tattooed deputies, in your judgment, not the activity of a deputy gang?
That's misconduct by deputies on social event outside of the scope of work. That is no different because especially in that group, I believe there was non-tattooed deputies and tattooed deputies, and that does not, there's no correlation between the two in fact. To acknowledge the presence of the existence of a study from Cal State LA that points that there is no correlation between misconduct and deputy subgroups.
It'll go faster if I ask questions, and you answer them.
Develop information here, right?
This group is identified in the article as the industry Indians. Is that correct?
I think the tattoo might be called that.
Well, you were aware at the time you were the sheriff about the industry Indians. Is that true?
Actually, I found out about this incident right about.
So when you were still the sheriff of Los Angeles County, you were aware of the industry Indians, correct?
I found out about this incident right about.
And when you found out about the incident, you learned that there were a group of sheriff deputies who had a tattoo that said industry Indian, correct?
Did that,
And they were numbered tattoos, isn't that true?
yes.
And one of the people who has since been discharged had a number 58. Isn't that correct, sir? And you were aware of all of this before you left the sheriff's department, correct?
But that tattoo in industry station up, I found out.
Found out when you found out? What does that mean? When did you find out, sir?
Like I said, as I left office is when this came to the
As you were going down the elevator on your last day of work, or sometime before that?
boxes were being packed when this thing came to our attention.
I see. But there had been an internal investigation that had gone on for more than a year, isn't that right?
And that's in December, the incident took place in February, that's,
You're right, 10 months. There was about a 10-month investigation that had gone on, correct?
depends on when Montclair PD notified our department.
When Montclair PD notified your department of the incident involving tattooed members of the LASD being involved in gunplay and harassing teenagers, that was something that was important for you to know, correct?
Well, if you're pulling that quotations out of the LA Times article, like, no, the reputation of the Times speaks for itself.
When you assured the public in your performance in this debate that there were no deputy gangs, you knew of the industry Indians. Is that true?
That is false.
By the time of the debate, you didn't know about the industry Indians. That's your testimony under oath?
Yes.
But others in the department did,
And
if they were conducting an investigation?
they're going to investigate, yeah.
And did you suspect that they were concealing that information from you?
This may come as a shock to you, but everything that happens, unless it's something outrageous, doesn't go in our bag.
Would you regard this incident as reported by the LA Times, assuming that it is true, of course, would you regard that as outrageous or just in the ordinary course of business?
Dispute off duty happen, especially in a large organization, they're bound to happen on that.
Okay, so why don't you try my question? Assuming the facts as reported in the Los Angeles Times are true, would you regard the behavior that was reported as outrageous or in the ordinary course of business?
Or that is not acceptable behavior. Misconduct, but there's always two sides of the story.
Well, 4 deputies and a sergeant were discharged, so what other side of the story?
Well, the decision to start, I'm not going to go into the full-bar issues regarding the whole issue. But the decision was made by the current administration and, will survive a review by the Civil Service Commission that
Sheriff Luna decided that the exercise of his authority to terminate these deputies for various reasons, including covering up, lying, and gunplay. Isn't that fair?
What the article says, again, I don't have any information, but just from what the article, again, is mine.
Well, the article also had a way for you to view the report offered by the Sheriff's Department just by clicking on the highlighted portion, which explained the nature of the discharge. Isn't that true? Didn't you read that? You weren't concerned enough about an event that occurred on your watch that led to the discharge of two sergeants and deputies to follow through and read the report in the Los Angeles Times? Didn't matter to you. You moved on because you're running for the Board of Supervisors. Is that true?
The statement, or
I'm asking you a question. You didn't worry about it because you've left one job and now you're moving on to be elected to the Board of Supervisors. You hope.
well, my concerns, obviously, I don't have enough information to form an opinion, and you're giving it's a piece of information, so you're really grasping.
Before you were sworn in on December the 3rd, 2018 as sheriff, you knew the East LA station was kind of bad news, right?
Go ahead.
You were aware that the then chief and now under Sheriff Tardy has admitted before this commission that the banditos who operated out of the East LA station met the penal code definition of a law enforcement gang, correct?
That was their claim.
Well, you understood Chief Tardy and now under Sheriff Tardy's testimony here in which she identified and acknowledged that the banditos met the statutory definition of a deputy gang, correct?
I understand that now under Sheriff Hardy came here, you auditioned to play their role for then candidate Robert Lewin. That's
But you didn't learn that she acknowledged that the banditos were a deputy gang? This is the first we've heard.
I heard her testimony. She made that claim. I'm not acknowledging that she is correct. She made the claim.
Well, let's see what she said. 5 and 5.
How about the Banditos in East LA? Are they a deputy subgroup?
Yes, they are.
And they identify themselves by a name, right?
They do.
And they have an identifying symbol. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can we pull up Patricia Exhibit 14? This is the Loyola report on deputy gangs, page 8 of the document. We could zoom in there. Is that image on the left, the symbol that the banditos out of East LA associate themselves with?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of any bandito having violated department policy or any fundamental principle of professional policing?
Yes.
What are those violations?
There were several performance standards, conduct towards others, and this was part of the Kennedy Hall investigation.
So if I understand correctly, we have the banditos who identify themselves by a name and have an identifying symbol, which we're looking at, and have violated department policy in connection with the Kennedy Hall incident. And so explain to me again how that does not qualify as a law enforcement gang.
That's the term that I use as subgroups, and I know it's been used here today several times. So
I understand it's your preferred term, but we talked about there being 3 different factors that would establish a law enforcement gang. And from the description you just gave, the banditos satisfy all 3 of them. So my question is, why is it not? Why are the banditos not a law enforcement gang?
according to 13670 PC, that is the definition. Correct.
Now, when you learn that, well, you had made party chief during your tenure, is that true? When you learned that Chief Tardy, he was the chief of standards?
No.
What was he the chief of?
Central.
Central Patrol, of course. When you learned that the person that you had put in charge as a chief of Central Patrol had testified under oath that the Banditos met the definition of a law enforcement gang, what did you do to act immediately to eliminate the Banditos?
Tell you what I did. I did from the very beginning. I'm not going to eliminate stuff from back and eradicate. It's not a roach infestation. Okay. When I took office, the very first official job I did as sheriff or act was to remove the captain of East Station. Command, Chris Perez. We replaced the entire leadership team of East LA Station. And we took over the investigation that occurred under Jim McDonald. Brought to its conclusion, refer the matter to the district attorney for prosecution, and then we conducted a very affairs investigation that resulted in the termination of four deputies. One retired during that process, and then the suspension without pay of 22 deputies. So transferred a group. Also, we actually did quite a bit.
Yeah.
And however, they didn't make gang members.
Right. We'll get into the details of what you just testified to, I promise you, before the end of the evening. But if we persist at this pace. But let me focus your attention. When Chief Tardy came here and testified to that, did you do anything that hadn't been done before? The people you fired in 2020. Did you do anything in response to your chief of Central Command testifying under oath that this was a group of gang members? Yes or no?
We elected not to touch the matter only because it became a hot political potato that you guys were eager to jump on if I did anything regarding her testimony, which I believe was false.
So you were aware of the testimony, you knew it was important to the commission and perhaps to the public, and you chose to do nothing. Is that fair? What did I get wrong?
Who are you kidding here, Mr. Counsel? Who are you kidding? While I was trying to actually assert my rights to challenge unlawful subpoenas, you guys piled on more subpoenas after more subpoenas, but I didn't even let the whole case go through the proper process to the very end, which you ended up losing everything. That was the two-step process to issue a proper subpoena. Then you chose to then run around, or not you, commission here. Oh my God, these defying subpoenas, these resistance. Ignoring the fact that we sat down with this ad hoc committee on this very issue. I've been speaking to the commission. I've been testified under oath to the Inspector General on this very issue. But you're all presenting this whole story about somehow we're hiding something. There's nothing to hide. The position of sheriff and every decision I make is obviously fraught with liability no matter which way we go. Best path forward with the best information.
So really back to my question, if you don't mind. Am I correct that in response to Sheriff Hardy's testimony under oath, calling the Banditos gang members, that you did nothing? Yes or no?
Let them not to do anything with what their testimony.
Thank you. We've seen a unicorn and a caveman. We've heard about industry Indians. Did you ever see any Grim Reapers in the LASD?
I never examined anyone's tattoo.
Whether you examined their tattoo or not, you knew there were Grim Reapers in the LASD, correct?
False.
Well, your first chief of staff was a Grim Reaper, wasn't
Deputy sheriff.
he? He was a Grim Reaper, correct?
He was the deputy sheriff.
Can we play number 506, which is the testimony of Mr.
Grim
Delmas?
Reapers.
Thank you. Mr. Foreman?
Yes, I was a member of the Grim Reapers.
Thank you. Mr. Foreman?
What does it mean to be a member of the Grim Reapers?
From my experience, it was a fraternal group that worked hard and received some recognition from their peers.
Why was it called the Grim Reapers?
I don't know. I didn't create the name.
Is there a tattoo associated with the deputy clique, the Grim Reapers?
I believe there is.
What is that tattoo?
The Grim Reaper.
Okay, that's the figure of death with the hood and the skull and the scythe. That's the
Correct.
figure? Okay. Are the tattoos numbered, individually numbered by the
I believe
deputies?
I believe they were at that time.
What did the numbers signify?
The order that you received it?
Do you know why a deputy clique, a group of deputies who are charged with protecting people from violence and to uphold the law, would choose a symbol of death for their group?
No.
Members could have the tattoo of the Grim Reaper. Would there be a specific place on the body that members would have the tattoo of the Grim Reaper?
At that time,
Yes.
I believe it was on our ankle.
It was left or right, or did it matter?
I don't know if it mattered.
Okay. Did you ever get a Grim Reaper tattoo?
Yes.
And do you still have that tattoo?
No.
When did you have your tattoo removed?
2018, 2019, somewhere in there.
Why did you remove your tattoo of the Grim Reaper?
Because I believed it had become just something that didn't serve me in any purpose.
Had it served your purpose up until 2018?
No, it served me no purpose from the day I got it, but it had obviously become a liability.
In what way was having a gang tattoo for a sheriff's deputy a liability?
Well, I think with in looking at how things have progressed in this issue, the perception is a lot different today than it was in 1990. You know, the whole meaning behind it, the groups that have been identified by your commission and the activities that they're partaking don't lend themselves to professional law enforcement, of which I subscribe to.
Is it your testimony that the current conduct of the cliques is not consistent with professional law enforcement? Is that what I heard you say?
I believe it becomes a liability.
Could you elaborate on that, Mr. Delmise?
I think it becomes a liability to the employee, their career, and the department.
Is it a bad look, as they say?
Yes,
Did your tattoo have a number?
yes.
What was your number?
22.
So when you heard your former chief of staff testify about having been a Grim Reaper, number 22, what did you do upon seeing, hearing that testimony to get at the question of whether the Grim Reapers were a group of deputies acting contrary to good policing standards? What'd you do?
This is
I'm a dummy, so try to help.
tattoos from subgroups are a point in time in a given place. For Reaper tattoo, the next stage was no longer exists. 1990, maybe to the 2000 or so. And that's it. They're done. Everyone scatters in all different directions. It is not this conspiracy of a group of deputies that are actually criminal acts against.
How do you know that, sir, if you didn't conduct an investigation across the department to find that out? How do you know that?
Real simple, because we investigate misconduct. If we don't have an allegation of misconduct, there's nothing to investigate. You know how that works, right? In employment law.
We've seen a heard about unicorns, cavemen, industry, Indians, grim reapers. There's also a group called the executioners. Is that right?
Actually, no.
Let me show you a tattoo who was worn by Deputy Aldana and by Deputy Jaime Juarez. Could you show that exhibit 4?
What we're doing now, sir, that there is not a subgroup within the sheriff's department called the executioner. Is that, no, there is not one. Let me make it very simple. During the time you were sheriff, was there a subgroup known as the executioners that operated out the compensation? Just answer that yes or no, because I didn't understand your previous answer.
You're the witness. That's your question.
Put it real simple. The name executioner came from the trial thing. And I believe there's testimony from the very same individuals they don't recognize the name executioner. The great thing for a trial attorney to labels, pump up the potential for money out of it. But, no.
You recognize that as a tattoo by people who describe themselves as executioners who are a member of the LASD.
They never describe themselves as executioners.
It was no secret that Deputy Juarez was a member of this gang or clique or subgroup because he flew an executioner flag on his truck. Is that right?
He made a big compound question there. Elements to it, but
Well, do your best.
let's get rid of the word execution for starters, since that was creative. I think the attorney's name was Sweeney, if I'm not mistaken. He flew a tattoo or a picture of it that's on the flag, whatever it's for. I have no personal knowledge of that. If he did, examine what violation of law is that?
You mean you didn't see the evidence where the flag was placed before the commission for consideration here? Let me give you a chance to see it now then. Let's see if it looks familiar. See that?
Okay.
That flag on the right? That's an executioner flag, right?
No. Again, I get to see anybody put that symbol and put the word executioner on anywhere.
Well, Deputy Juarez in the trial at Superior Court admitted he was a member of the executioners and showed his tattoo in open court. You know that, don't you?
He never described himself as an executioner.
Could you put up exhibit 6? And start at 125 so we know who the witness is. If you'd like to read along, you can look at it in the book or you can look at the screen depending on the quality you're outside.
What's exhibit number?
Exhibit number 6, it says FN 06. And it begins by Jaime Juarez being sworn as a witness. You see that?
Okay.
And then if you go to page 131, well, let me just stop and ask. Jaime Juarez was a person who was taken off street patrol by your predecessor because he was involved in 4 shootings. Is that fair? Do you remember that?
Something like that.
And is it correct that you returned him to the street? Correct?
Myself, that would be a division chief.
And not only did you return this fellow,
Wait, you're misstating what I said. I said division chief.
yeah, the division chief worked for you, right?
For the exercise independent judgment.
But all decisions ultimately are your decision. You're the person elected countywide who is the sheriff, and everybody works for you, correct? And so the decisions of anybody in the department are ultimately your decisions, right?
I'll delegate for authority.
I know delegation authorities, my question is slightly different. At the end of the day, this is respondeat superior.
Responsible for the decisions they're making.
Okay, and so the decision that was made was to return Juarez to the street, and then the decision was made to promote him to detective. Isn't that right?
At some point that happened, yeah.
On your watch, not just some abstract time. While you were the sheriff of Los Angeles County, this man got to be a detective and was promoted after he was returned to the streets, correct? Okay, now let's go back and say, now that we've established that at page 131, promotion July of 2022 to detective. That was on your watch, correct, sir?
Yes.
And then let's go to page 130. I'm sorry?
Was he ineligible to be promoted?
The decision to promote, not everybody who would like to be a detective gets to be promoted to detective, correct?
You actually test. You go to the rank of detective. As a process, it's by the process approved by the unions and very strict protocol. Placed on a list. From that list of people get selected to be detective. Yes.
Some people get selected, but other people don't get selected, right?
Well, I can't recall exactly what the order is. If it's on the list or if it's on the order on the list, but if you're placed on the list, you met all the minimum criteria to be promoted, and whether or not you have a tattoo, it's not part of the criteria.
Of that I am quite sure, but my question is, some people become promoted to detectives and some people don't, even though they're on the rankings, correct?
Yes, some people don't make it.
Right, okay. Some people have their career topped out at, I don't know, lieutenant, and don't get promoted to captain or something higher than that. That's true also, isn't it?
That's the way that's phrased.
Let me turn your attention to page 136. And can you describe to me the image that's depicted inside the concentric circles on the flag, which you testified that you purchased? It's a skeleton with a helmet holding a rifle. Is this consistent with the tattoo you have on your body? It is. Where do you have that tattoo on your body? My right calf area. Would you please show it to the jury? Answer yes. Now, you're familiar with what occurred in this case, and that Deputy Juarez displayed his tattoo of an executioner, of a skeleton with a helmet holding a rifle in the Superior Court. Is that true? Yeah. And is it your view that having deputies, law enforcement officials, who interact with the public, who have tattoos with a skeleton with a helmet holding a rifle, is in furtherance of good community relations?
Well, if they're out there running around in shorts with all these tattoos, maybe, but if they're wearing long pants, that's puzzling your position.
It is. Oh, you went to the academy to be trained when you were back in the old days. You were going to be a deputy, right?
Yes.
Can you remember any of the training about where you should get a tattoo or what the tattoos should symbolize or anything like that? Is that part of the official training of persons who would like to be LASD deputies?
No.
Let's turn to 137. How many other individuals have that same tattoo that you have? The tattoo actually has a number on it, which is 18, my number. So I believe there's 40 something. Now, is it a matter of concern for you that there were 40 something members of the LASD who had that tattoo?
Unless they're engaged in misconduct, what they put on their body on the site of the public flag.
So it didn't matter to you one way or the other?
And unless it involved misconduct,
Or was it as simple of being part of a group?
a symbol being part of that state or that particular time of history.
I see. So at that particular time in history, there were 40 people who had a tattoo of a helmet and a gun. And that didn't connote anything other than, hey, we work in Compton.
Various stations of the nation.
That's like a kind of a I love Compton t-shirt. That's the functional equivalent of it. There were a number of people, let's go to 138, who Mr. Juarez identified under oath and in the Superior Court, who had that tattoo as well.
You're talking tattoos or kind of where we're going with this. A lot of people have tattoos.
Stay tuned, stay tuned. We'll see where we're going with this. Can you please, and take your time, identify the individuals with whom you have firsthand knowledge that they have that tattoo? Okay, so top of my head, Edwin Barajas, Taylor Ingersoll, and a few other names that you can see, but you've heard the name Barajas and Ingersoll, correct? No. It came to your attention that they were involved in a public shooting and that they had a celebratory event at the Heroes Bar to celebrate that public shooting. You knew that, didn't you?
No.
That was testified to in the Oversight Commission. And information was placed on the board which showed an exchange of emails about that. And that never came to your attention, sir? You might have heard about that and forgotten about it.
He said it's a celebration. Describe the shooting itself, call it a public shooting.
Well, I'll tell you what, when we get to that part, probably in the early evening, I'll show you the email exchange, the text exchange, and we'll be able to talk about it in some detail. But at this moment, you never heard about it. Nobody told you about it. You didn't read anything about it. It's just, this is the first you heard. Is that fair?
So, Barajas or Brigham, so, and if they were all in a deputy involved shooting where, depending on circumstances of the shooting, they had a party afterward to celebrate the fact that they're alive. Shocking, really shocking.
Did you learn about the process that Deputy Juarez or Detective Juarez testified to about how members were able to get tattoos?
Remember the deputy sheriff?
Yeah, deputy sheriffs. I don't know where they work, but deputy sheriffs were able to get executioner tattoos.
Pretty sure they got a tattoo. I doubt that they called it execution tattoo.
Let me ask you to take a look at page 139, which continues to be Detective Juarez's testimony. Is there a voting process for determining who gets to put that tattoo on their body? I wouldn't consider it a voting process, no. What is the deliberative process for who gets that tattoo? So the deputies that work patrol, these deputies that are assigned to patrol, they would round table. What does round table mean in the lexicon of the LASD about the selection of someone who's worthy of a tattoo? How did that work?
Never been part of such a roundtable discussion, but it comes as a shock to you that if your leaders at the rank of deputy decide someone get a tattoo or not get it, fight him or not, still just in the misconduct here.
Invite them?
Whatever, I'm still missing the misconduct here. Where's the nexus with the employer?
Stay tuned. Just stay tuned. You just said invite them before you didn't know whether it was by invitation. Is it now your testimony, sir, that you understand that not just anybody can join one of these subgroups and get a tattoo, but rather it's an invitation only kind of opportunity, correct?
Very, Every place is different, every subgroup is different, and, even within that, we guarantee that things change over time.
Yep.
The world has changed.
Tell me, if you will, which of the subgroups you know about were invitation only and which were open admissions, if you would. You have no idea, because you never conducted a department-wide investigation of this. So,
We investigate misconduct. We don't investigate, or we don't conduct these positions as you're conducting right now.
do you think that having sworn officers with tattoos decide who among the group is entitled to have a tattoo is consistent with fundamental principles of professional policing?
You say you want me to apply the standard of Penal Code Section 13670 to a past event, expose backup? Is that what you want me to do?
Could you answer my question?
Well, you made a compound question.
No, I wasn't compound.
Yes.
Do you think having sworn officers with tattoos deciding who is worthy of a tattoo a violation of fundamental principles of professional policing? Yes or no?
No, yes or no. If you're taking the language out of 13670, you have an ulterior motive for this line of questioning, and it's getting really kind of hard. Pointless.
It is. Well, I'm going to do the best I can through the rest of the day. Could you answer my question?
If there's no involvement of misconduct, how deputies interact among each other, as long as they're not harming each other, which is a point of my policy, then with the order has those points to get involved.
I see. So a discriminatory group that decides, say, based upon a race or ethnicity, to invite people to join that group doesn't violate fundamental principles of professional policing, correct? Unless there's something more, shooting, harassment of citizens. Is that your understanding of the penal code?
Understanding of the actually what will survive the constitutional muster is that my policy will sustain a challenge. Does it involve prohibiting any group forming or joining that harms other people, be it employees or members of the public? That works. That we can investigate. That we can sink our teeth into it. Anything outside of that, we're on thin ice, very thin ice.
So I promise you, before you leave, you're going to have a deep dive into the constitutionality of the various proposals and a deep dive into whether your policy is a serious policy. So stay tuned.
I give all the commissioner members the decision, county council from 2014, the ones you that complained you couldn't get your hands on, is sitting right in front of you.
Oh, no. I have all the copies of 2014, and you know what we're going to do? I'm going to go through it line by line with you. And then I'm going to ask you about 2021, okay? Stay tuned. We're going to go in a systematic way. I promise you, you're going to have the opportunity to talk about all these things, and so will I. Let me go back to Mr. Delmeese. Before you made Mr. Delmeese the chief of staff, did you ask him whether he was a tattooed member of a gang, clique, or a subgroup?
No,
You didn't think it was important, correct?
that's inappropriate.
So you thought about it, maybe I should ask, and then, no, that would be wrong of me to do. Is that correct? That's wrong. So explain to me why you didn't ask a well-known Grim Reaper, number 22, whether he was a member of this subgroup or clique or gang.
Larry Delmeese retired honorably from the department. Lengthy his history, impeccable, not accused of or wasn't fired from the department, wasn't faced any criminal prosecution. He's a deputy sheriff. He's not a Grim Reaper. If you want to describe a tattoo as somehow the person becomes a tattoo, well, that's on you. But I think that's just dishonest. Your production, 50 years of deputy gangs, which is probably 50 years of deputy tattoos, will make a great coffee table. But we're dealing with facts here. We're dealing with, when I make decisions to promote someone, what they have the ink on their body, because I know there's a certain percentage of the department that has ink in the past that's not as popular today as it was 20, 30 years ago.
How do you know that?
Oh, I know very well.
How? Tell me how. What's the methodology?
Real simple. If you bother to read the rent study and understand math, you understand, yeah, the problem is actually disappearing. Because it's less popular, there's more litigation, there's more liability attached to it, but at the same time, tattoos themselves are getting more and more prevalent throughout the economy.
So you believe the RAND study was valuable, correct?
It was a waste of time.
So you relied on something that is a waste of time to establish the fact that tattoos are no longer popular? Is that, do I understand that correctly?
Actually, yeah, I gave all the commissioners a bunch of documents, some which they'd never seen before. You guys will have the opportunity to dissect. If you go to the rant study and the intro, which is X1 buyer with that 14, I think, in Roman numerals, go to the very bottom of the page and they talk about, they give a little math riddle. Interviewed so many people responded to our survey. Of those, 16% said they were invited to have a tattoo. And then they go on to say, in 4 to 10 in the last 5 years. Oh, geez. We went all the way there. We didn't bother asking questions like divided between administrations, or maybe how about more than 5 years ago, more than 10 years ago, to get some chronological nature. They could have actually ended the conversation right there, but the rant study was done to provide only one thing: leverage for the LA Times and the critics to say, oh my God, the problem is growing. No, it's actually shrinking in size.
Those folks at the, at RAND are a bunch of idiots and they don't know what they're doing. That's a fair summary, right?
No, they know what they're doing. And the sad thing is they got a $1.5 million tax giveaway, property tax. And so, which they didn't mention in their study when it's supposed to.
Okay, well, thanks for that update. Let me ask you,
Just a note for the record, Grant study did find that the number of case within the sheriff department was actually increasing. Apparently, Mr. Maloney did not read that part.
Well, I read the part very well, Mr. Bonner, and if you follow the math, they elected not to determine that when they had the ability and they had the means, and they shied away from it.
right, Mr. Villanueva, let me return you to the subject matter of the Grim Reapers. One of the first acts that you sought to do, indeed, even before you became the sheriff of Los Angeles County, was to try to restore Carl Mandoya to the LASD. Is that true?
Yes.
He had been terminated because of abusive behavior toward a female colleague, to put it as gently as I can. Is that fair?
That is the allegation.
Yeah. And you knew he was a Grim Reaper, right?
At one point, I learned, yes,
And when did you learn that?
while back, I can't remember.
Well, did you ask whether he was a Grim Reaper before you tried to use all of your power and influence to have him restored to the LASD from which he had been discharged for cause?
It was a tattoo. He was a tattoo. He had a tattoo of the Grim. He was a deputy sheriff.
Do you think a message of zero tolerance for subgroups, cliques, and gangs was advanced by having 3 of your chosen leaders to be known members of tattoo cliques?
If you subpoena Mr. Luna and ask him that very same question, since he has so many known executive staff.
So I appreciate the suggestion, but how about if you answer my question?
Well, you need to ask.
I can only have you, sir, testify about what you did in before you.
Subpoena for Mr. McDonald and Mr. Luna. Is that subpoena forthcoming? Or-
The format is that you're gonna answer the special counsel's questions, and whether we have other witnesses is really for this commission to decide. Go ahead.
Do you think it advanced a message of zero tolerance for subgroups, cliques, and gangs to have 3 of your chosen leaders to be known tattooed clique members? Yes or no?
Mr. Doe.
What's the
Real
hard part?
simple.
What's the hard part?
Because if they're a member of a subgroup and they had a tattoo 30 years ago and they have exemplary service, am I gonna somehow just dismiss them, pretend they don't exist, or even worse, deny them a promotion because of a tattoo they got 3 decades ago? You know how that's gonna work out when they file that claim? So I'm pretty sure plenty of attorneys will be more than happy to jump on that.
So you knew that these folks had tattoos and you knew that the tattoos were from a period long past, and you knew that they had resigned from these cliques?
I don't ask people if they have tattoos or not. I go by what their work history is, what their reputation is. And that does not involve what ink they have on their body.
When,
Unless they put it on their forehead, then we got something to talk about.
when Juarez was promoted to detective, you looked at his full body of work, including 4 shootings, to make the decision that this man, notwithstanding the fact that he was a tattooed executioner, should be promoted. Is that fair?
That's about the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, I'm gonna get dumber as we go on.
Let's just put it this way. We have hundreds of detectives. We have over 1,000 sergeants, about 400 lieutenants. I don't look at the body work of any of them in the position of sheriff. That's where the delegation of authority, the people under my command.
But the final decision is yours all?
Final decision is always mine. My name goes on the teletype, you know.
You like to be sure that people acting in your name are doing the right thing, correct?
Yes, doing the right thing is not engaging in a witch hunt on what type of ink they have on their bodies. Understand that?
I've never been clear about whether your self-proclaimed first act as a sheriff was to replace the captain in East LA and then suspend and transfer either 26 or 36 people from East LA because they were banditos or for some other reason. As long as you're here, maybe you can help me understand that. As of December 3rd, 2018, when you were sworn in, were you aware of a deputy clique known as banditos in East LA? Yes or no?
Sure.
Did you know that clique had members in East LA Station? When did you first learn the identity of the subjects of the Kennedy Hall investigation?
Months later.
Without knowing their identities, you did know that the Kennedy Hall incident involved East LA deputies. Is that true?
Yes.
Is it correct that at the swearing in as sheriff, that you arranged for a special reserved section for East LA deputies, despite being familiar with the fact that there was this problem in the East LA station?
Oh.
So the witnesses who testified to that here under oath were all lying?
They were not aware of what happened.
Was there a sectioned off for East LA members? Yes or no?
There were volunteers from that station and from other places of assignment that were there at the crack of dawn to reserve places for their fellow employees. Shocking. Yeah.
I see. So there was no special singling out of the East LA, your home station, for special attention in the first rows during the sheriff's
I think it's called
inauguration.
I think it's called first come, first served. Look it up.
And so the people who were in attendance who testified to that were all lying, right?
I think they're lying. I think they were ignorant and they were painting their own story.
Let me ask directly, did you suspend, terminate, or transfer any banditos simply because they were banditos as a result of your zero tolerance policy?
That is incorrect.
Well, it's a yes or no. Why is it incorrect?
No, I did not do anything because of the tattoo, because of misconduct.
It would be fair to say that simply because a person was a member of the deputy clique banditos, you didn't terminate or transfer them at all, correct?
Of the 36 that were transferred, some of them were part of that group that were related to the interaction between Chavez. Make that decision.
So let me see, you knew that some of the people you transferred were banditos?
They were different sheriffs.
No, you just said banditos, so tell me how you knew they were banditos.
Someone wants to read back what I said.
No. Yeah, but you know what he said, right?
They were transferred, they were deputy sheriffs. Some of them may have had the tattoo of the bandito or not. That wasn't the reason why they were transferred. However, I relied on the opinion of Ernie Chavez, who was sent to replace Chris Perez. And I relied on his expertise. He was a captain already at Century Station, and he was someone who had been a captain for a while, coming in a difficult century. So obviously, he was a good choice to put in East Station at the time.
When you announced this transfer, did you know whether you were transferring banditos? Yes or no? You had no idea whether you're transferring banditos or whether you're transferring people who were just coming to work every day and didn't have any tattoo at all, correct?
We're transferring people that he determined was in their best interest to transfer out of the facility.
Now, you assumed office in November of 2018, correct?
Incorrect.
December, I'm sorry, excuse me, sloppy with dates. You assumed your office in December of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And the suspensions that you have been talking about, that didn't happen until August of 2020, is that true?
Yes, once the internal affairs investigation was completed.
And that, those investigations, internal affairs and criminal investigations, those were not started by you, were they?
No.
Those were started by your predecessor, Sheriff McDonald, is that true?
That's correct.
Let me just show you the press release. It's number 7 in your book. That's your announcement on August 13th, 2020, that 26 employees were receiving letters of intent to suspend or terminate as a result of the September 2018 involvement in Kennedy Hall. Is that true?
That's correct.
So you said the first thing that you did as sheriff was transfer the leadership, and that was Captain Perez. Did you transfer in December of 2018 anyone besides Captain Perez, or did you wait until August of 2020 to make this transfer?
We transferred the captain, the operations lieutenant, the training sergeant. I think there was a handful of sergeants and lieutenants in addition to the captain.
And were those transfers voluntary or involuntary?
Those are involuntary.
So those people were, as you would say in the department, overnighted?
Yes.
And so the witnesses who have testified here who contradict that are lying, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, they're liars. There was this criminal investigation that was overseen by then Captain Burson. Is that true?
Yes.
And he in turn was overseen by Chief Gooden. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they continued in their way until you relieved Chief Gooden of his responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And then you promoted Burson to position of chief. Is that true? Let me show you what you told the public in the debate regarding the treatment that you did of the Kennedy Hall beatdown, number 508.
Well, I'm doing what no other sheriff has ever done in the history. My very first day on the job, I removed the leadership team of East LA Station where the Kennedy Hall incident occurred. I followed it up with a criminal investigation, administrative investigation. I fired 4 deputies for misconduct. I suspended without pay 22. I transferred 36. I created a policy and implemented the policy in February of 2020.
So let me see whether what you just told the public there was true. You followed it up with a criminal investigation. There already was a criminal investigation, wasn't there?
It just started.
There already was a criminal investigation, correct? Yes. So you didn't follow it up with a criminal investigation. This action was already in motion, correct?
It was about 4 weeks of the investigation. I don't know how far they got into it. We completed about 95% of it. So yes, we did it.
They started it, and in the ordinary course of business, the people who are conducting that investigation continued on unless interfered with, correct?
But say that, or
Continued on unless interfered with, correct?
they continue on.
During your administration, there was no investigation of deputy subgroups in any station. Is that true?
Oh,
Let me read to you from your sworn testimony before the Office of Independent, the OIG, page 27, line 9 through 15. So Sheriff Villanueva, do you have any information that there have been any investigations of deputy subgroups at any station of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, aside from investigations relating to misconduct? Answer, during my administration, there has not been any general investigation of the department. That was truthful testimony then, and it's truthful testimony now, correct? During your administration, there was not any general investigation of the department, correct?
Chief Matt Bertson announced that he's gonna do some big investigation on the double and never completed that.
Okay, well, we'll get into that as the day goes on. The only investigations were in connection with what you described as deputy misconduct. Is that true?
That is correct.
Your press release announced a zero tolerance policy regarding deputy gangs and cliques. Is that right?
The last part.
I did.
Yes.
What part did I miss?
This time part.
Let me.
I hope you realize that when you're investigations, you don't do witch hunts, you don't do inquisition. Some of this stuff. We still have organizations run. We still have employees to lead, we still have to serve the community, run the jails, all these things. And yeah, we're limited to backwards.
I see. Well, we'll find out through the day. Quickly get into the constitutional law aspect of this examination. You talked about Mr. Captain, then Captain, and Chief Berson's announcement. Could we play 511A?
My name is Matthew Burson, and I'm the Chief of the Department's Professional Standards Division. And my areas of responsibility include Internal Affairs Bureau, known as IAB, and the Internal Criminal Investigations Bureau. I am here to strongly denounce alleged deputy subgroups and cliques, commonly referred to as deputy gangs. I have more than 30 years of experience on the department, and I take the utmost pride in this profession. I am absolutely sickened by the mere allegation of any deputy hiding behind a badge to hurt anyone. As you have heard for decades, LASD has been under intense scrutiny as a result of these groups surfacing in various sheriff stations around the county. Names such as Vikings, Reapers, Regulators, Little Devils, Cowboys, 2,000 and 3,000 Boys, Jump Out Boys, and most recently, Banditos and Executioners, have not only caused great embarrassment and concern to the department, but to the community as well. Currently, IAB is conducting a comprehensive investigation into the existence of the so-called executioners at Compton Station. However, our intent is to examine the department in its entirety. I want to assure you that this administration has taken an aggressive stance in combating this issue and will utilize any resource necessary to identify those individuals involved in adverse behavior, whether administrative or criminal. We have also reached out to the FBI for assistance, knowing that with their dedication and expertise, we will accomplish much more than the previous administrations combined, as our goal is transparency. The department has also implemented a new policy prohibiting the participation of any subversive groups, which is the first of its kind. On behalf.
So you've seen that before, haven't you?
Yeah.
we just testified that he did this on his own volition. Remember saying that just 5 minutes ago? So this was unauthorized by Chief Burson. He was out on a frolic and detour of his own when he called his press conference, stood behind the lectern under the Hall of Justice symbol and explained what the new policy was. This was something he just made up from whole cloth. You didn't even know about it, right?
Actually, he said that he could not share his notes or his speech with anybody. That was your interview with him.
Would you answer my question? Did you know before he was going to announce this policy from the lectern in the Hall of Justice that there was going to be this public press announcement of this groundbreaking opportunity that you, as the leader of the department, were going to undertake? You didn't know about that? You were shocked to learn that.
Hey, you know what? That you spoke out of the lingo.
So you called him into your office and disciplined him. You talked to him and said, Matt, what are you thinking? Did you say something like, what do you mean by executioners and banditos? We never heard of it. How do you know if you didn't talk to him about it? What was his reason?
Because he knows the origin of it.
He was announcing a investigation of the entire department to root out these cliques, subgroups of gangs. Isn't that what he was saying? Yeah. And let me see if I remember this. When somebody acts in the name of the LASD, they're acting under your authority, under your delegation principle that you taught me earlier today. Is that right? So this was the same as you standing at that lectern under the Hall of Justice logo and announcing this policy, correct?
Let's just say I couldn't call him back and say, hey, we're not doing it.
But you did something bad. That investigation never took place, did it?
No, it did not.
Okay, and let's confirm that with Chief Burson's testimony.
Did the comprehensive investigation of the entire department that you announced on August 13th, 2020 occur?
No.
Do you remember announcing to the public after Chief Burson had announced this incredible policy and the broad investigation that in fact no such investigation ever took place?
He did not announce the policy, it was our policy.
Right. After he announced your policy, did you then tell the same public that actually we're not doing that investigation?
Well, at the same time, we were finishing the Kennedy Hall investigation, we already initiated the compensation investigation. So we had two major investigations and the RAND study that had been initiated at that time.
Fine, but why don't you try my question? My question is pretty precise. Am I correct that fully aware that this comprehensive investigation that had been announced widely and publicly didn't take place was not anything that you ever told the public? Yes or no?
I never told the public.
Nor did you tell Chief Burson to tell the public, correct?
That came up.
After there was no policy that was going to be adhered to, you didn't tell the public, you didn't tell Chief Burson to tell the public, you didn't tell the under sheriff to tell the public, you hid from the public that the announcement that Chief Burson had given in your name was not going to be followed through. Is that fair?
So that's a lengthy grandstanding there. So we start with the beginning. There is a policy, we implemented the policy. In fact, we did a whole bunch of things regarding the policy that you've never acknowledged. In fact, you said that he's done nothing. That is very important. and you refuse to acknowledge everything that we've done regarding this issue. The fact that we not only wrote the policy, vetted the policy, went through the meet and confer process with the unions, implemented the policy, did a video, had the entire department, all 17,000 employees watched it, had them sign an attestation form that they watched the video, they understand the contents of the policy, and you had that in the policy in your documents that I gave to each one of them. And yet you said that I've done nothing, really? And then that is policy, and it's in effect. In fact, it's the same policy in effect today that the now Sheriff Luna apparently is using to investigate the case involving this bowling alley, whatever it is. Imagine that.
So I appreciate that, but that wasn't really what I asked. So this will go faster if you can find your answers to the questions that I asked, unless you'd like to spend a couple of days here. I don't think you do. So am I correct that having made this loud public announcement of a comprehensive policy, and you are having full knowledge that that policy that was announced, this comprehensive investigation, was not going to be undertaken, was not undertaken, that you never told the public that what Chief Burson had said on that occasion was not the policy of the department? Did you ever say that? Yes or no? Let's talk about your policy so that we can all have the benefit of really digging into it, if that's okay with you. Your policy wasn't a zero tolerance policy of subgroups and cliques standing alone, was it?
That's unconstitutional.
Well, we'll see. I promise you. It was perfectly open. I'm sorry?
It remains unconstitutional.
I promise you, we're gonna see what you know about the Constitution. It was perfectly okay under your policy for a department employee to belong to the executioners, the banditos, the cavemen, the grim reapers, so long as they didn't engage in additional misconduct. Is that right?
What they chose to adorn their body with, what type of bait, I could care less, as long as they followed the policy and treated everyone equally, so the employees and the public.
But we've already established that these were invitation-only groups, right? So you still don't know. You still don't know. As you sit here now, you're not sure whether, as I said, it was an open admission policy to be an executioner or bandito, or you had to be invited in. Right?
I have not done a survey of all these different divisions.
Gretchen Juarez's testimony about the Roundtable. Remember seeing that? That wasn't anybody can come in. There was a roundtable and something like a vote was conducted to become a member of the execution. You just saw that.
And your point?
My point is that it was by invitation, by a selection of the roundtable members.
That particular group of deputies at that point in time, that is the case. Doesn't mean it's the case everywhere.
You don't know whether it's the case or not because you never conducted an investigation of these groups, right?
Correct.
Okay. There's a zero tolerance policy for LASD employees who engage in misconduct, correct? If you engage in misconduct, even though you wear a badge, you're not insulated under departmental policy, correct? It doesn't matter whether a person who's engaged in misconduct is or isn't a member of a subgroup, true? Yeah. So to the extent you claim to be some kind of force against the deputy gangs, it's really not true, is it? You are a force against misconduct by deputies. Isn't that fair? No, how do you get it wrong?
Well, you're still trying to pretend the deputy gang exists and work in the countryside, pillaging under him.
Not in the countryside, in Montclair, in today's LA Times front page. You're not lurking anywhere. Montclair is a heavily populated area.
You realize that I could take all of the police departments outside of LAPD and LA County, add them up all together, multiply them by 2, and approximate the size of the sheriff department. if we add all the misconduct that occurs in all these agencies, and let's throw it LAPD for the same time. The sheriff's department is no different. They're no different than NYPD, LAPD, or any other large organization. So somehow you're trying to say, oh, these people with tattoos and these don't happen over here. Oh my God, it's gangs. It doesn't pass muster. We don't have the facts to support it.
It doesn't pass muster because everybody's doing it? You know, my mother once told me that she didn't really care what the other children did, that I was responsible for myself. You were responsible for the LASD, weren't you?
Yes.
You were responsible for making sure there weren't these subgroups and counterculture organizations operating in contravention of the chain of command. That was your job, wasn't it, Sheriff?
That was to run the department, make sure it's running. Right. Did our job, and we hold our employees accountable, and we didn't. That's why I ended up terminating 165 employees. That's why I ended up disciplining over 1,000. We put it on the website so everybody can see exactly what we did.
165, how many of those were banditos?
I had no idea.
How many were executioners? How many were grim reapers?
They were all employees of the department.
Any industry Indians?
They were all employees of the department.
You had no idea whether they were members of these subgroups, cliques, or gangs, because you didn't care, right?
I cared about whether they did their job the right way. My job as a sheriff. Now, I could go on witch hunts and chase everybody in every subgroup and get rid of all the Baker Vegas teams, the Baker Vegas logos, softball teams, every other subgroup I can think of. Then what's left to actually go out and work? Oh, there's nobody left, like right now, the staffing crisis. There's a fine line between support and accountability. You have to do both things at the same time.
Let me make sure I understand what you're telling the public here. And by the way, I'm told you need to speak directly into the microphone because what you have to say is apparently of great interest to people. So are you suggesting that if there was widespread enforcement of a no subculture, no gang policy, that there would be no deputies and sheriff employees who could enforce the law? Is that what you're telling us under oath?
I'm telling you under oath that there's a lot of deputies with tattoos, and if you aim to try to eliminate all the deputies with tattoos with no evidence of misconduct, you're going to create a gargantuan public safety crisis.
Did your policy prohibit members of a deputy subgroup from violating fundamental principles of professional policing?
That involved misconduct, yes.
So let me give you an example. If a subgroup decided to not send backup to a non-subgroup member because that non-group member was disliked, would that allow the subgroup member to be disciplined under your policy?
Yes.
And do you have some examples of when such people were disciplined for failure to provide backup?
Actually, that came from a failed lawsuit. In fact, there's about 12 lawsuits that have failed. They made allegations of what it was, prospects and terminology like that, withholding backup, dead rats here and there, and all these lawsuits keep failing for a fundamental reason. There's a lack of evidence.
Yeah. I know you're an expert on litigation, but my question is really a little different. It's about your activity at the LASD in connection with the termination of people for failing to provide backup to a non-group member. You said that you had terminated many people. I want to know how many people did you terminate for their failure to provide backup to a non-group member? How many you can tell? Zero.
Because we never found an allegation.
Zero.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard you say zero. I'm not great in math, but I know what zero is. Yeah. How do you know if you conduct an investigation?
Part of the complaint. You know, Deputy X says, hey, I went to this call. It was a priority call, emergent call. I needed backup or requested backup and no one showed up. We've done a lot of inquiries on those things and we come up with zero evidence. We go through all the logs, the deputy daily worksheets, unit vehicle, UVs, all the different databases we have. And now turns out it's not true.
Did you do those investigations?
The sheriff, I rely on people to do those investigations.
Who did the investigation about the failure to provide deputy backup by the Bandito, just to take an example? Who did that?
Well, I can tell you that, I believe that this issue that you're referencing is from a lawsuit, that was from the Jim McDonald, or maybe you can subpoena him and ask that question.
No, you're here, I'm gonna ask you a question. Who did that investigation, sir, that you're now talking about?
If it doesn't happen on my watch, I can't tell you who did it.
But you know for sure there were 0 terminations because of the failure to provide backup.
I've never seen a single sustained investigation of that on my watch.
You haven't seen any investigations of it, correct?
Again, not on my watch.
Yeah. So if you don't do an investigation, you're never going to see a termination. Is that fair?
We gotta start with a complaint.
Right. And
We don't
so,
make it up and then do an investigation.
so were there complaints about failure to withhold backup that you looked into?
So the prior litigation from McDonald, they already had that. Of course, we didn't want to talk about it.
During, well, we can only talk about when you were the sheriff. That's what we're interested in.
And you're not interested in the 4 years of McDonald sheriff? That's interesting.
If we may get to it, but today I have you. After all of this effort, I finally have you.
This is a ninth hearing, and you still haven't got to Jim McDonald?
We're still examining you, sir, and you're here, and we want to use your time because it's very, very valuable. You're running for office. You know, you have other places to go and other campaign appearances to make. So I'd like you to focus your attention on my questions, and don't tell me about Sheriff Baca, and don't tell me about Sheriff McDonald, and don't tell me about Sheriff Scott. Deal?
Keep going.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully you get somewhere.
Well, I'm trying. If a subgroup member decided he was going to refuse to assign trainees to a new training deputy who wasn't a member of the clique, would that allow the subgroup member to be disciplined under your policy?
That scenario again?
If a subgroup member was in charge of assigning trainees and they refused to assign a trainee to a new training deputy because that training deputy was not a member of his clique, would that subgroup member be disciplined under your policy?
That would violate policy, yes.
Okay, and can you think of any time when such an investigation led to the termination, suspension, or any other discipline against such a person?
I can't think of any complaint I've ever received during my time in office. Our prior administrator may have faced that complaint.
But you don't know.
You can ask them.
I know I can, but you're here. I think we've established that, haven't we? So your repetitive reference to other witnesses I could speak to is not helpful and just consumes time. So can you confine yourself to what you know?
Well, you're the one asking the question, so I'm giving you answers of the ones that do exist. They just don't happen to be on my watch.
Let's take
That disappoints you.
Let's take a look at the Penal Code Section 13670 together, Exhibit 8. Now, you're very familiar with this policy, correct?
Yes.
And let's see, there are 3 elements for a law enforcement getting, is that true?
That's what the legislature finished at the end of their Assembly Bill 958. Yes.
Well, that's what the Penal Code provides, correct?
That was the legislature that put that.
The Penal Code is the law of the state of California, correct?
Yes.
You're a law enforcement officer, or you were in your day, correct? Yes?
Yeah.
And so you are obliged as a law enforcement officer to enforce the laws that are enacted and appear in the Penal Code. Do I understand that basic principle?
Pretty much.
Okay. What are the 3 elements for a law enforcement getting?
Right there, read it.
No, why don't you tell me?
I gotta read it myself. Hold on. One of them being misquoted. What do you?
Oh, this is exhibit number 8. Or you can look on board.
Right.
Law enforcement gang means a group of peace officers within a law enforcement agency who may identify themselves by a name and may be associated with an identifying symbol. Stop there. if you had a deputy who had an executioner tattoo, would you regard that under the penal code as an identifying symbol
That's sort of an identifying symbol.
for purposes of the penal code?
And any tattoo is an identifying symbol.
Who engage in a pattern of on-duty behavior that intentionally violates the law or fundamental principles of professional policing. See that? So an example would be a tattoo deputy who fails to provide backup when requested because the requester was not a member of his clique. That would be the second element of a law enforcement gang, correct?
Your hypothetical is incorrect. Because this law came into effect January 1st of 2022, and the behavior you're talking about actually precedes that by years. Want me to, after the fact, go back in time and apply the law? Is that what you want me to do?
Well, let's take the example of the industry Indians. That occurred in February of 2022. So that occurred at the time that this 13670 was the law, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so that would be a group of people associated with a tattoo.
Well, some of them had the tattoo, some didn't. So now what happens?
Why don't we focus our attention on whether people who are not tattooed get a get out of jail free card and focus on the people who did have a tattoo. Can we do that?
Do whatever you want. Answer the question.
Right. So 13670 applied to the industry Indians, correct?
Apply to deputies.
To the industry Indians. They are grouped with tattoos, at least some of them.
You're just saying the necessary. One is the pattern. This will be litigated in the future. And if I look at the track record of balls and play, that might be the very first act of misconduct. Never make a pattern out of this again.
Yeah, so we know because we clicked on the link that the Los Angeles Times provided that actually what happened was these folks doubled down and they were intoxicated. They instigated disturbance by opening a car door in a public parking lot to confront the passenger. During an investigation, it said that they failed to cooperate with law enforcement. And in the case of another person, they lied. So that would be kind of a pattern, wouldn't you agree?
So you've got one incident. I mean, you can try to stretch it out, be as creative as you want.
So let me make sure I understand what you mean by pattern. So if I were a deputy bearing a tattoo, and I decided to pull a gun because I was drunk and surly on teenagers at a bowling alley after I had been drinking, and then I failed to cooperate with the locals when they came to investigate, and then when asked about it, I lied about it. You don't think that's a pattern of bad behavior that violates fundamental principles of professional policing?
The lying during the course of investigation is a terminable offense right there.
That's a pattern, isn't it? You showed a gun, you didn't cooperate, and then you lied about it during the investigation. That's pretty much of a pattern. How many more things do you need for a pattern, sir?
Really, how long of this incident from then lying to the Montclair Police Department? What happened in the course of the happened?
So whether there's a pattern is determined by the time. If they ask a lot of questions right away and they lie, then they're insulated from this section of the penal code under your interpretation, right?
I think the civil service will be able to flesh this out.
So you have no opinion now.
Well, there's a lot of information you don't have, the fact that you times any reference to file.
I see. Well, we'll perhaps have another opportunity to share a laugh when I ask you about the 2021 constitutional opinions. If a group of male,
Is there an appropriate time for a break?
anytime is great to take a rest.
You take a break. Let's take a 15-minute. We're gonna go back on the record. I just wanted to remind everyone. We discussed a lot of difficult topics here, most are front by. But we're committed to having a professional, respectful process. Mr. Everyone that's here testifying. And so if you could please refrain from editorial comments or anything like that, because my concern is it breaks the concentration of both the witness and our special counsel asking witness questions. And that's what we're really here today to develop a record regarding the issues. So, Mr. Dexter, when we give it back to you.
Actually, before you start, Mr. Dexter, I was having members of this audience of flipping off my wife and derogatory comments, right? These other stuff was.
I hope that it's not, I did not see that. I hope that it's not happening. This is Loyola Law School. We're holding a professional hearing. And I hope that everyone is going to respect everybody in this room. Go ahead.
Before the break, sir, we were studying Penal Code Section 1367. Recall that?
Yes.
And I was asking you questions about circumstances in which the fundamental principles of professional policing as defined in that statute might be violated under circumstances that I was asking you about. Recall that part of your testimony?
Yeah.
Would you agree that a group of tattooed deputies who announce and then execute a work slowdown because they do not like personnel decisions violate fundamental principles of professional policing?
Could potentially.
Do you know whether that happened on your watch?
It did not happen on my watch.
You're certain of that?
Well, I'm relying on the report from party.
On April tardy. Okay, let me see if we can put up video 512.
Wrote a memo on this particular issue having a possession.
And when is the last time that there was a work slowdown, to your knowledge, because of a disagreement with superiors in the East LA station?
Last summer.
And could you briefly describe those circumstances?
Deputies believe they were getting disciplined unfairly by the captain or the sheriff, and the banditos called for a work slowdown.
And was that slowdown effective?
For the deputies, yes.
And how did it evidence itself that there was a slowdown in the East LA station last year?
The arrest at the station dropped. No one was actually taking anyone to jail, and it raised a lot of red flags.
That was a witness who agreed to testify anonymously under a voice disorder for fear of retribution from you, sir. My question to you then is, the work slowdown in East LA, which this witness has testified to, is that something which violated the fundamental principles of professional policing on your watch?
Let's start by stating the obvious. I don't believe in your anonymous witness whatsoever. I don't know if he was testifying from Disneyland. But the point is, anyone who claims anything about a fear of retaliation, I had 8 people running against me for the re-election. And I don't know how many lawsuits filed against me. None of them appear to have any fear about doing those type of activities. He is somehow this mysterious person, claims some kind of a fear. Exactly how is that fear realized?
So you want to answer the question now about whether the testimony evidenced a violation of fundamental principles of professional policing, a work slowdown in East LA, which led to banditos refusing to make arrests? Would that be a violation of fundamental principles of professional policing? Yes or no?
Well, it's pretty simple. One, it didn't happen. That's not a witness. In a real courtroom, that would never happen. And I'll say it is. There's a work slowdown going on right now. Are you aware of that? Across the entire county.
Did you answer my question, sir? Is a work slowdown undertaken at the behest of a tattooed group in a station a violation of fundamental principles of professional policing? Yes or no?
As a hypothetical, yes.
Let me ask you now to take a look at testimony 513.
And did there come a time when Deputy Juarez was going to leave the Compton station and his position as scheduling deputy needed to be filled by somebody else?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a discussion with Deputy Juarez about a successor for him as scheduling deputy?
Yes, sir.
And where did that conversation take place?
It took place in my office.
And was it initiated by him or initiated by you?
He approached me, sir.
And would you tell me, and all the people here, what was said by Deputy Juarez on the occasion of his getting ready to leave the Compton station?
Deputy Juarez it was intended that he stay at Compton Station. He was being released to the field because under a previous administration, he was involved in a large number of deputy-involved shootings, 998s. And when the sheriff took power, Mr. Murakami, under sheriff, granted him his ability to go back to patrol. And he asked me first, before this meeting, if he could stay in scheduling. He wanted to maintain his powers, what I assume. And I set it up the chain of command, and they said, no, you had to go back to the line, work as a deputy. And
Let me make sure I understand it before we get into it further. He had been relieved of responsibility as a patrol deputy because he had been involved in shootings?
He had been relegated to a non-field spot, low risk management, no contact with the public.
Okay, but remained an LASD deputy with responsible power as a scheduling deputy in a fast station at Compton. Do I understand you so far correctly?
Yes, sir. He was told not to wear his uniform outside the station.
Okay, so please return, if you will, to the narrative of Deputy Juarez and you in your office on that occasion.
When I explained to him that he had to go back to the field, according to the chief, and according to Chief Vera, he returned shortly after, I forget exactly when, it was within a couple of weeks, and announced that he had suggestions for his replacement.
And so Deputy Juarez, who is now being removed from one position to be returned to another, offered the opportunity to advise you as the acting captain, who he thought would be up to the task of being the scheduling deputy at Compton. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And what did Deputy Juarez suggest?
Deputy Juarez had a list of about 10 individuals who were, as I could see, based on being there for the last year and a half, 2 years, were loyal to him.
And by loyal to him, do you mean members of the executioners?
Some of them, yes. Some of them, I assumed that were more intimidated and would follow his orders.
And given his suggestion of this group of 10, what was your response, sir?
I told him that I appreciated his suggestion, but that I was going to ensure that the station had a scheduling deputy that had no affiliation with any tattoo, including my own, for the fairness of the community, for the fairness of the station, because of morale and because of public safety. I did not want that to trickle over into the public. And he told me that, and that's what I told him. I said, thank you, but no thank you.
And what did he say in response?
He said that the guys on the line are telling me that if you do not obey this or follow this request, that we are going to initiate a work slowdown.
Sir, That came to your attention during the time that you were sheriff, right?
Yes,
And if accepted, that would be an example of a fundamental principle of professional policing being violated. Is that true?
actually, I think you need to provide an entire context of that extraordinary interview you did. That is Larry Walden, who sued the department, lost in unanimous jury verdicts, and tried to make the same claims, and the jury did not buy it whatsoever.
No, actually, sir, I don't want to get into litigation that involved an employment dispute about whether he was passed over for promotion. My focus is kind of narrow. My question to you is, assuming that there was this group of executioners who threatened, and in fact, we showed evidence, slowed down arrests in the Compton station, would that be a violation of the fundamental principles of professional policing?
Well, you didn't show me any evidence whatsoever.
We've shown it as a commission. It doesn't, you just assume that we had statistics that we put into evidence. You can assume.
In fact, April Tardy did her own inquiry on the matter as division chief. She wrote a memo on it, and she disputed, said there is no work slowdown at either East LA Station or Compton Station. And you have possession of that memo, at least you.
You take that up the phone. There's a lot of, we have a full house, Mr. Villanueva, but there's a bunch of people listening, on the web, and they can't always hear your answer.
So my question is precise. If that testimony is true about a group of executioners threatening and then acting upon the threat to do a work slowdown, will you agree with me that that is a violation of the fundamental principles of professional policing? Yes or no?
The testimony is not true, or hypothetically, I will agree with you. There's no problem with a hypothetical.
You didn't look into this yourself, did you?
That's why I rely on the division chiefs.
I see. And that was, Chief Tardy now under Sheriff Tardy, correct?
That's correct.
And you continue to have confidence in Chief Tardy, correct?
Yes.
You know that Chief Tardy, as we saw, agreed that the behavior that was described regarding the banditos constituted a law enforcement gang under the penal code. That's the person upon whom you rely. You agree with that testimony, don't you?
I didn't agree with her testimony at all.
So you don't have confidence in her?
You're making absolute, sir. She's entitled to be right and wrong on occasion. Doesn't mean I lose total confidence in her.
You had 90% confidence in her.
You got most things right.
Good, 51%. Let's talk about the investigation of Kennedy Hall and see what that actually looked like. High school physics taught us Newton's first law that body motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by an outside force. And so let's see whether any outside force acted upon the Kennedy Hall investigation. Is it correct, you don't recall whether prior to being sworn as the sheriff, you discussed the Kennedy Hall incident or the banditos with Larry Delmes?
I'll tell you what I did prior to be sworn in as sheriff. I was getting ready to be sworn in as sheriff. In fact, Mr. Bonner, Mr. Kennedy, and you, all three of you, have had the, I would say, the insulted my integrity by claiming that somehow on the eve of me being sworn in as sheriff, I engaged in some kind of criminal obstruction of justice. That's disgusting. It's appalling. And I've been reading very carefully what you said in this forum on these special hearings. And you know what it took for me to get to, in the military, on the department, speaking truth to power, surviving Altanaka and Lee Baca, and then McDonald, and then overcoming all that, creating the political upset of the century by becoming the elected sheriff, and on either that, I'm going to turn around and become a criminal. That is exactly what Mr. Bonner was suggested, and you, Mr. Kennedy. For that, you owe an apology.
Great, so maybe we'll get to that later, but now I have a very precise question, and rather than speechify, I want you to answer my question. You need it again, or you remember?
It's a question.
Is it correct that you don't recall whether prior to being sworn as sheriff, you discussed the Kennedy Hall incident or the banditos with Larry Delmes? Yes or no?
We did not discuss it.
Is it correct that you have no idea whether Chief Matt Burson directed ICIB investigator Jeff Chow to cancel interviews in order to make sure they didn't have to ask questions about subculture groups at East LA?
Mr. Burton made a lot of claims that are not supported by fact, and that is one of them, which is what Mr. Bonner and you have been hinging all your big conspiracy theory on, and I have the receipts here.
Is it correct, sir, to my question, that you have no idea whether Chief Burton directed ICIB investigator Chow to cancel interviews in order to make sure they didn't have to ask questions about subculture? Yes or no?
What he did on his own time prior to me becoming sheriff, I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know whether he did or he didn't, correct?
Do not know.
Okay. You have no idea whether he, Matt Burson, later directed Jeff Chow to go ahead to conduct the interviews with the caveat that he didn't need to ask questions about the subculture groups in East LA. Is that true?
I've seen his testimony, I've seen Jeff Chow's testimony, it's trouble in both of them.
They're both liars.
In this instance, yes, they are.
You have no memory of whether you discussed the case at all with Larry Delmise while the ICIB investigation was pending, correct?
You want the yes and no, or you want the whole story?
Why don't you answer my question, yes or no?
Okay, so you don't want the whole picture, all right? No.
Is it correct that despite the public attention around the issue, you never did anything to figure out why the investigation of Kennedy Hall didn't consider the role of the Banditos?
Not many of you answer. For starters, the week McDonald conceded on November 26th, I've seen the log, your infamous evidence from Jeff Chow's ICIB log that says on November 27th, the captain / acting chief or whatever he described told him not to ask questions. And when McDonald called me and conceded, we were at East LA College going over how to get this swearing in thing going. I was taking over the largest sheriff's department in the nation. And I was figuring out how we were going to kick ICE out of the jails, how we were going to get the body worn cameras, how we were going to do basically a survey of all the lieutenants and above to get their work history, so we can figure out how to repopulate the executive ranks that I had eliminated. My plate was full, and Mr. Bonner and you, the three of you, somehow think that, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to figure out and somehow intervene on an ICIB investigation, of which there were probably several dozen going on at the same time that I took over, along with all the internal affairs cases. And that is laughable at best, especially considering that your time frame doesn't line up with when the facts when Mr. Burton actually got promoted.
Right.
Unless Jeff Chow had a crystal ball.
Right. So I appreciate all of that. It has nothing to do with my question. So let me try
It has everything to do with your
try
question.
to focus you on my question, and you try to focus on answering the question I put. Will you do that for me?
I'm going to focus on getting the truth so everyone can hear what
Well, I think everybody's evaluated the truth. So let me ask you a question, sir. Despite all the public attention around the issue of Kennedy Hall and the investigation, you never looked into why the role of the Banditos was never considered. Isn't that true? No matter how busy you are.
false.
Okay, tell me what you did to look into the role of the Banditos.
As sheriff, when I took over, I assumed that ICID was properly being managed and being led by Captain Burson, and that was not a concern of mine at that level. I'm sorry. And the same thing goes with all the internal affairs investigations that were happening at the same time. We took over the whole operation and we let it run. At some point, many months down the road, when it came to the internal affairs investigation, I know there was a debate about, can we ask a question or not? There was some back and forth. And not my issue to interject myself because I'm not an investigator. I've never been an investigator outside of preliminary investigation. So what they did and how they did it, I had faith that they were doing the right thing. Now, when it came to the internal affairs investigation, then I know they asked all those questions about whether they had tattoos or not. And that resulted in, obviously, based on misconduct, all the decisions that happened after that. That's the normal flow of how things happen on the department. There's no grand conspiracy in that, no matter how you try to paint it.
Yeah, so thank you, but that wasn't what I asked you. The question I asked you quite precisely was, what did you do to look into the question of why there was no question asked about the role of the Banditos in the investigations? You did nothing, isn't that fair? You let it to the others.
That was not my concern at the time.
Right.
I had very big fish to fry. You may have noticed it.
Yes, we've seen the fish. The delegation principle here is what you were on. You didn't look into it, other people did, and you were busy doing frying fish. Is that fair?
You got a better question?
No, I feel like that, but you let me know. You're too busy to look at that question, notwithstanding all the public attention, right?
I was busy trying to take over the department that was in dysfunction at the time.
Did you learn whether all of the witnesses to the Kennedy Hall event agreed to be interviewed by the investigators?
Down the road at some point, I heard that some did not want to get it.
You never ordered all deputies to either agree to be interviewed or to assert their rights against self-incrimination. Is that true?
I don't conduct the investigation.
You never gave that order. Is that true?
That is very true.
And there was widespread refusal on the part of these deputies to answer questions. Isn't that also true?
I had 70 people answer questions, so I would say widespread. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, 90 people who refused to answer questions. Is that widespread in your view?
Good number.
And you knew about it, didn't you? When did you first learn about it? When you were still sheriff, right?
Putting the whole package together and then just folding it.
So when you learned about it, why didn't you instruct these people who were refusing to cooperate with an investigation to cooperate or to assert their constitutional right against self-incrimination? Why didn't you do that?
Pretty basic. One is, and this is true of FBI, when it's a criminal investigation, you would get into compelled speech on criminal investigations. It doesn't end very well for many reasons, obvious reasons. When you come to internal affairs investigation, which is administrative, you can compel speech from everybody, which is exactly what they did. That decision about where do we do it at what point wasn't at my level. I had faith.
It's your testimony, sir, that everybody was compelled to answer the questions in the internal affairs investigation? Is that your testimony?
That's what I understood, yeah.
Can we play a person, 515?
Were you aware that a large number of deputies had already refused to be interviewed in connection with Investigator Chow's investigation?
No,
When did you learn that fact, if you did?
I learned that later on.
And what effect would knowing that deputies were refusing to be interviewed have upon you as an investigator to determine the motive of a crime?
Well, I know policy, they're required to cooperate with any criminal investigation. And I just found it striking that they just arbitrarily refused when they should have been disciplined.
Did it ever come to your attention that Sheriff Villanueva or Chief of Staff Delmise or anybody else ordered the non-compliant deputies to actually be interviewed?
No.
As far as you know, after this part of the investigation was shut down and the deputies refused to testify or to be interviewed, they were never instructed that they had to as a matter of sheriff departmental policy. Is that fair?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason, as a professional investigator with 30 years' experience, why on December 7th, 2018, knowing what was known, other than the possibility that somebody had told the sheriff it was unnecessary, as just a fact-finding matter, is there any reason that one would not want to investigate the subculture involvement in a beatdown, deputy-on-deputy fight?
No.
Does hearing Chief Burson's testimony refresh your memory that in fact there was widespread refusal to be interviewed by the deputy?
You're not distinguishing between the criminal and administrative. You made the kind of jumping back and forth, which is what you did at the start of the video.
Does it refresh your recollection, sir, that there was widespread refusal on the part of the deputies to testify? Yes or no?
On the criminal side, yes.
So your testimony is that in the IAD investigation, everybody testified, and on the criminal investigation, there was widespread refusal to testify, correct? Correct? Or you don't know? Or you don't know?
I know there was some refusal, yes.
And you didn't compel them, correct?
Again, it's a criminal investigation. When you compel speech in a criminal, you're interviewing someone who could be a subject / witness, you compel speech. Well, now you're not going to do a criminal investigation. You should know this.
Oh, they don't have the right to assert their Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination?
You're compelling the speech.
They can either speak or assert their constitutional right to not speak. Isn't that true?
Very true.
And that's what the sheriff ought to do to tee up this investigation, correct?
The sheriff didn't tee up the
You
investigation.
didn't do that, did you?
The sheriff doesn't do the investigation.
Did you ever hear of a police code of silence?
Yes.
Failing to compel people to cooperate with investigations of wrongdoing is part of police code of silence, isn't it, sir?
Yes.
You were part of that code of silence, were
Quite honest.
you could have instructed people to cooperate and testify, and you chose not to, correct? You chose not to instruct people that they had to cooperate, correct?
I don't know if the sheriff has ever intervened directly in an investigation. In fact, Mr. Max Huntsman, where's that felony suspect? There you are. He decided to intervene in the ICIB case and direct what the investigator should ask, which is not the appropriate role of a inspector general. So now you're an investigator. There has to be a separation of powers there.
Yeah. So Inspector General Huntsman testified here about the lack of cooperation extended by you and the LASD in connection with his investigation, correct?
All kinds of outrageous.
Did he say that, sir? You know that.
The felony suspect, Huntsman?
Yeah, see, I don't know how many more times you're gonna play that game. How did that turn out? Was he charged with anything?
Well, it's up to the attorney general.
Is he still the Inspector General, sir?
Well, if he was a deputy sheriff, he would have been ready to do it a long time ago.
And you're not the sheriff anymore, are you?
Oh.
Okay, so he's Inspector General, you're not the sheriff. Now let's go back to what matters here.
Actually, chairman, I wouldn't volunteer.
Oh, you're pursuant to subpoena.
Really, we're going to go to court for this.
No, we were going to court to have you held in contempt for your disobedience of the subpoena, and in lieu of that, sir, you showed up here pursuant to that subpoena. So let's not get into a legal battle about that, sir.
You're
Oh,
told-
yes.
Know exactly what the appellate court did. They told you the two-step process, which you failed to do. Why I'm here.
Talk into the microphone, please.
Yes.
Let me get back to your charges about Mr. Huntsman. Not only did you not cooperate, but you announced that you would open a criminal investigation with him. Is that right?
We did not announce a criminal investigation. We initiated that way before any of this happened.
And you mentioned that to the media
After the fact, yes,
after the fact of what?
we let the board supervisor know. Standard protocol in the sheriff's department is if you're involved in a criminal matter and you get relieved of duty, you don't get to continue doing your job.
Well,
Which is strange, because I don't even know why I see Patty Giggins here. She's still a named felony suspect in a matter before the Attorney General's office on obstruction of justice and corruption. The same thing as Mr. Huntsman right there. And these are fresh cases, especially the one from, what was it, September of 22?
Is that like carrying concealed weapons and selling the permits to do so? That would be a felony too, wouldn't it?
Well, then that case is also being investigated.
Yeah, by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, correct?
Yes.
And you're a subject of that investigation, aren't you, sir?
No, I'm not.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm very sure.
Time will tell. Let me go back to, let me go back.
I'm gonna be sure. Why? Because we initiated investigation.
Sure you did. Let me,
Yes, we did.
sure. Let me,
My answer is I'm telling you the truth that you don't want people to know about, do you?
We're trying to develop the evidence for everyone. We're not gonna be able to do that.
can we agree that it is important for an investigation to determine the motive for the crime?
Yes, it is important.
And knowing the motive could help an investigator solve it, is that right?
Typically, yes.
And,
Depending what type of crime or something.
well, how about, I don't know, a beatdown by deputy sheriffs on other deputy sheriffs? Would that be important to know whether it was an act in furtherance of a display of power by a subgroup or whether it was just a drunken brawl? Would that be important to know?
It'd be important to know, and also it'd be important to ask the victims, the alleged victims, hey, why did this happen? Who did it? And how?
Right.
And based on what they say, is you take your investigation from there. In other words, you don't leave the witness. And I think they all would know very much about that, considering Martin's history.
I don't think we have any questions about the McMartin case here. I'm more focused on the beatdown at Kennedy Hall and the failure by you to force people to talk about it. And we'll see maybe to interfere with the description of the motive.
Let's put it this way, there's no failure on my part to do absolutely anything.
Right.
We did our job, the district attorney did their job, and if they saw there was any shortcoming, they had no problem coming back and say, hey, you know what, we're concerned about this. But you know what? They weren't investigating a bank robbery. They were investigating a brawl where all the parties, all of them, were drunk at 4 in.the morning. Not exactly a grand conspiracy to take over the universe.
You had no idea because you wouldn't allow an investigation into the motive. Let me ask you to take a look at Chief.
Those are the best ones that to supply that motive and say, hey, they did this to me because X, Y, and Z. They never did.
Please. Could we, they're plaintiffs in a lawsuit, isn't that right?
Oh, yeah.
And they're making claims that they were beaten down by banditos because it was an exercise of power. Was that the substance of what's being claimed?
They just forgot to mention that when they were interviewed by the ICMP investigation.
You didn't conduct the investigation, nor did you read any of the reports, did you?
I heard some of them.
When?
A few years ago.
How many years ago? So you involved yourself in an investigation to the extent that you read reports?
No, I read the DA's analysis and I read the summary and that kind of gave me an idea of what happened.
So let me see what Chief Gooden, who was in charge of the investigation, has told the commission.
Would knowledge of the gang involvement shed light on what the motive was for the beating?
Absolutely.
Is determining a motive for a potential criminal case important in law enforcement?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And why is that? Why is determining the motive important?
Motive gives you the roadmap. Motive gives you the roadmap to not only continue the investigation on a path that's going to bring some resolve, but motive also gives you history. It gives you a deeper and a better perspective as to why this particular crime happened. Without motive, you really can't investigate anything appropriately or thoroughly. It's impossible.
Is preventing the investigation of a motive of a crime consistent with fundamental principles of professional policing?
Absolutely not.
So Chief Gooden was in charge until you replaced him, and Matt Burson was the person who was day-to-day supervising the investigation. Is that true?
Yes.
And Matt Burson has come here and explained the importance as well of understanding the motive. Did you know that?
Oh, no.
Did you follow the hearings in real time?
No.
You had a lieutenant, as I recall, Sean O'Donnell, who was supposed to monitor the proceedings. Did he report to you in real time about what had been testified to?
At the end of the day.
Did you ever watch any of the videos?
I've seen some of the videos.
But not all of them?
Not everyone.
I see.
I was just alarmed by how many were, people suing the department or I had terminated. That was their, overwhelming presence and all your witness list was kind of, appalling there.
Paul, you followed the media coverage of the hearings?
A little bit, yeah.
You read regularly the reporting of Elaine Takirian, right?
Okay.
And Cerise Castle on her blog? Yes? Yeah, Frank Stoves on his blog and on KPCC? Yes?
I'm with them, yes, I'm
Yeah.
following.
Kate Cagle on Spectrum One? Yes?
Yeah.
John Haskell on ABC News? So all of the stuff that we've been talking about was stuff that you knew about because it was all over the media, correct? Yes, okay. Yeah, and of course, you read the New Yorker article by David Goody.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
Yeah, that was all lies. Why don't we play Chief Burson's testimony?
Was Jefferson Chow the lead investigator at the Kennedy Hall meeting?
Yes,
And did you regard him as a competent investigator?
yes,
Prior to the sheriff's election of 2018, did you believe the Kennedy Hall incident was properly viewed as a criminal investigation?
yes.
Let me ask you a bit, drawing on that long experience. When you were at Homicide and ICIB, was one of the things that was routinely sought to be determined by investigators the motive for alleged wrongdoing?
Absolutely, yes.
And why is discovering the motive for a crime important for a criminal investigator?
Well, I mean, that's the whole crime. You need to determine why that crime occurred and who was involved.
Is the discovery of the motive for a crime consistent with professional police practices?
Yes,
And would it have been important, for example, for you to determine whether the Kennedy Hall incident was just a drunken brawl or an event that involved a clique enforcing its power over other deputies?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if it was, why would it matter to you whether you were investigating a drunken brawl or a power assertion by a group clique?
Well, I mean, you want to get to the root of what occurred.
As of the date you left office, were deputy cliques or subgroups operating in the LAPD?
Subgroups exist, yeah.
And what subgroups did you know about were existing in the LASD on the date you left office?
We use the term operating. They're definitely working. What they do in their off time, the socializers are not operating in their employment. I think they're really,
I think you need to lean toward the microphone, sir.
I think you're really missing when you say the word operator.
Okay, I won't quibble with you. So let's talk about the names of the subgroups or cliques that were existing at the time on the date that you left the office of sheriff in response to the election.
Mr. Director, I'm just wondering, about the flow here, but I do want something pretty clear on the record. We could. Okay, all please. I never just directing your attention to the period of time, December 2018. Did you direct requests or suggest to Delmise or anyone else that the investigation should not include questions about subculture?
Never. In fact, Mr. Delmise testified, which you kind of ignore. He said he never gave that order that directed to that person either. You kind of overlook it.
No, that's not true. He said he didn't recall.
Well, he was very emphatic about no.
No, he didn't recall, sir. I heard the testimony.
In fact, Mr. Matt Burson was, if you go to your time frame, he was promoted to chief on December 16th of 2018. That teletype was issued a few days prior. So unless, again, Mr. Jeff Chow and Burson had a crystal ball, he was a captain assigned to ICIB, and it took weeks before we figured out who was going to be a division chief and where we were going to put him. So this log from just Chow that you love to parade everywhere was altered after the fact.
Right, yeah,
So that it wouldn't fall.
Sure.
So it wasn't you. It would be if somebody else gave the direction with Sergeant Shell, that he wasn't to ask questions of relating to subcultures within the East Chile Station in conjunction with the Kennedy Hall investigation. Somebody else, was Matt, and you're saying Matt Burson's testimony under oath was, he was lying about how that happened. Is that your testimony?
Well, between the two of them, they got it wrong. If for some reason Matt Burson on his own decided, hey, I don't want to do that, and he took that Chow, could have happened, I don't know. But I do know that the log was altered after the fact.
we'll go over it right now. Let's not waste a lot of time. Let's not waste a lot of time. Yeah. Let me ask you, was it your decision to promote Matt Burson from captain to chief in December of 2018?
Yes.
Did you believe that Captain Burson deserved to become chief?
Given what I knew at the time, yes.
Did you believe that Captain Burson was truthful at the time he was promoted by you?
Yes.
Did you have confidence in his experience over 30 years at the LASD?
Initially, yes.
Before informing Captain Burson of his promotion, with whom did you discuss it?
With the undersheriff at the time, which was Ray Leva, with Tim Murakami, the assistant sheriff. And I think we had Bruce Chase, and we had, not Bruce Chase, drawing a blank here. Almost.
And did you believe Chief Burson was, well, I should ask, was there unanimous approval of Chief Burson for the promotion for that job?
Yes.
And did you believe he competently handled his position after his promotion?
Up to a certain point.
Was he truthful in connection with his duties as the Chief of Standards?
Truthfully, yes.
Before appointing Captain Delmise as your Chief of Staff, did you believe he was competent?
Yes.
Before appointing Captain Delmise as your Chief of Staff, did you believe he was truthful?
Yes.
When you appointed Chief of Staff Delmise, was he authorized by you to convey information to members of the LASD on your behalf?
No, he took it on pretty much on his own.
He was freelancing in your name.
He took the initiative. He had a job to take, and there are a lot of things to do, a lot of things to do as the incoming Chief of Staff.
Did you ever learn that Captain, then Chief Delmise claimed that you had told him to give an instruction when in fact you hadn't?
Say that again?
Did you ever learn that Captain, then Chief of Staff Delmise had claimed that you had given him an instruction when in fact you hadn't given an instruction like that at all?
His testimony, he said that he did not get that instruction for me to convey to Mr. Burton. In fact, he's pretty emphatic.
Actually, sir, rather than quibble over whether he recalled or didn't recall, why don't you answer my question? Did you have the experience when the Chief of Staff was working for you of learning that he had falsely attributed to you an instruction? Yes or no? He might have forgotten about it, or you don't recall any such instance in which he falsely claimed to be acting in your name when he wasn't. You know that the investigator log of Sergeant Jefferson Chow said on November 27th, before you became sheriff, that Burson told Chow to cancel interviews so that Burson could get a determination of whether Chow had to ask questions about subculture groups at East LA. You're familiar with that law. You've talked about it many times.
Yeah, you skipped over the most important part.
Don't tell me what's important. Just answer my questions and we'll decide later what's important. Answer my questions, sir.
I know what's important. I know what the public is important to the public.
Right. I can tell. You came in second in that chairman. Answer my questions if you will, sir. Answer my questions. The investigator log shows that on November 27th, before you became sheriff, Burson told Chow to cancel interviews so that Burson could get a determination of whether Chow had to ask questions about subculture groups. Now, you've seen that entry. Why don't we put it up so everybody See, I think it's exhibit one.
Put it up there, over here, I have a copy myself.
Oh, that's great. Well, let's share it with the people because they also have a desire to know, as you've explained. Canceled interviews due to Captain Pete Hershey. He wanted to make sure I didn't have to ask questions about subculture groups at ELA station. See that? That's your testimony is, that's a lie? That Chow made that up after the fact?
He edited it after the fact.
It's a lie that he had received that, instruction?
How would he know that the captain was gonna be chief first? I didn't even know that.
I see.
Did you
Is
explain that?
it a lie that he was told by Chief Burson made, that he had to check to see if he could ask questions about subculture groups that he's talking about?
That part may be very well true. I have no idea.
So your supposition then is, even if it was backdated or modified or something, that Chief Burson, man whose integrity was testified to, and whose competence was testified to, made up the idea that that he had to check with somebody to ask questions about subculture groups. That's your testimony for own?
It was obviously edited after the fact. Again, is he a fortune teller?
Do you need the question back? What's the answer to my question? I understand you've told us 5 times that it was, edited, it's phony, it didn't happen. My question is directed to the reason that Captain Burson would say he had to ask questions about subcultures before it could go forward. What's the reason for that? Or is that just a lie?
Whatever his reason was, if he said that, I do not know what Burton told Chow.
Who is he going to check with if not the chief of staff or the sheriff?
This is your smoking gun, so why would your smoking gun have information that's been edited? You explain that.
Well, I hear your testimony. Investigator Chow is testifying as the author of that document.
It was also why he was suing the department. Do you have anybody who's not suing the department as a witness?
I can't comment about
All
how,
this.
I can't comment on how people feel that it's wrong for the administration. That's beyond.
You know, suing the department goes towards motivation and truthfulness.
Department? We're the only people asking questions are Mr. Dykes and the person answering is Mr. Villanueva. So could we just stick to that format so that we can develop all the evidence?
You were familiar with the fact that Chief Burson testified that he had received instruction from Del Meese, which specifically said it had come from you. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes, I heard that.
Did you watch the video?
I watched the video, I watched the crocodile tears, I thought everything.
Crocodile Tears. Could we play 521?
Who was Captain Larry Del Meese at the time of this call in November of 2018?
Captain Del Meese was a captain of the Court Services Division, but he was also on, for what I understood, incoming Sheriff Villanueva's transition team.
Was he as a captain in the paramilitary structure of the LA Sheriff's Department superior to you?
No, he was equal.
Was he in a position to, being in court services, in a position to give you direction on his own, given your work in ICIB?
No.
As best you can recall, what did Captain Del Meese say to you on the 27th of November?
Captain Del Meese called me on behalf of the sheriff, the incoming sheriff, Alex Villanueva, and told me to hold off on any questioning about the investigation, including the Banditos, until I talked to him, until I talked to the sheriff when he would come into office.
As of November 27th, 2018, was Alex Villanueva the sheriff of Los Angeles County?
No.
As of November 27th, 2018, who was the sheriff of Los Angeles County?
Jim McDonald.
Did you believe that Captain Del Meese was speaking for himself or was speaking on behalf of the incoming but not yet sheriff Villanueva?
He was definitely speaking on behalf of Alex Villanueva.
And what was it that he said that caused you to believe that?
He said specifically that, hey, I talked to the sheriff, and the sheriff, or Alex Benoit, wants you to hold off on any questioning until you talk to me, until I talk to the sheriff when he comes in the office.
And why did you care about what Captain Delmise told you on that occasion? Why did it matter to you as a member of the sheriff's department?
Well, he was working on the incoming sheriff's transition team, and so he had a direct line to the sheriff of the incoming sheriff.
So that entry of November 27th, and I'll get to the captain chief point shortly, but that entry of November 27th, 2018, does that accurately reflect the instruction that you gave to Investigator Chow on that occasion? And does it accurately reflect the instruction you received from Captain Delmise, which was given to you on behalf of the incoming but not yet Sheriff of Villanueva?
Yes.
Those were all lies, correct?
Yes.
In
fact, you know
The
what?
person whom you have attested to was a truth teller, and you promoted. He was a liar under oath. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Yes or no? You don't have to look down and look at me. You're gonna say yes or no.
I'm going to tell you,
Yes or no?
yes, he is a liar,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why he's a liar. Of course, you want to hear, right? You do realize that Chief Gooden, I terminated him. For,
Yes, we've already established that in the evidence multiple
and it
times.
doesn't sound like he's going to be a very, a supportive person when it comes to testifying. And Mr. Matt Burson, after all of his long, lengthy thing where he was crying about, oh, he was felt disillusioned, horrible leader that I was and all that, he wanted to come back to the department because he heard there was a vacancy in the patrol division. And I had a whole text exchange with Tim Murakami, full evidence, and you have it in your little books there. So when he wants to come back and he's rejected from coming back, yeah, that goes towards motive, as goes for truthfulness. This is something the normal competent jury would understand in an appreciated way. But of course, we don't have it.
Well, I have confidence in the competence of the commission, even if you don't. You're aware that Sergeant Jefferson Chow testified at this commission,
Yes,
and he explained the instructions that he gave,
you're 3 for 3 on lawsuit, but keep going.
and he explained that he memorialized those instructions on the law.
Yes, I heard that.
And let me show you his testimony before this body, 522.
In the course of your investigation, did you conclude that it was appropriate to determine whether there was a role of a deputy subgroup in connection with the Kennedy Hall incident?
Yes, sir, it was.
And is a deputy subgroup also sometimes referred to as a deputy clique?
It could be, sir.
Yeah.
It's up to interpretation for each person.
Yeah. Why did you believe investigating the involvement of a deputy?
Excuse me, I missed that answer. I'm just.
Would you repeat your answer?
It's up to
The person interpretation.
a personal interpretation, but whose interpretation?
It's, for me, it's a clique or just a group of people, sir, group of deputies.
All right, but you have heard the term deputy cliques,
Yes,
right?
sir, I have.
And you've heard the term deputy cliques apply to, among others, I assume the bandidos?
Yes, sir.
And you've heard that term apply to the executioners?
Yes, sir.
You've heard that term apply to, I don't know, you've been there 26 years, the cavemen?
I've heard of that, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you've heard that term apply to the Grim Reapers?
Yes, sir.
All right, so when we use deputy cliques, you'll understand this to mean exclusionary subgroups within the sheriff's department that have existed on and off over the years, over the decades.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Beck.
With that background, why do you believe investigating the involvement of a deputy clique was appropriate?
To find out the motive.
And why is that important in the investigation of potential criminal behavior?
To give a full understanding of why the incident occurred.
Would you take a look at Exhibit 4, page number 4, the entry for November 9th, 2018 at 15:30?
Could you read into the record the portion of that exhibit number 4, page number 4, which begins at also Lieutenant Chevalier?
I'm sorry, sir, I'm looking for it.
It's 3 items from the bottom.
Okay. Read it, sir?
Yes, starting
Okay.
also.
Also, Lieutenant Chevalier advised me OIG wanted additional questions about the subculture groups at East LA. Captain Burson confirmed additional questions needed to be asked.
And did you make that entry?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was that entry truthful at the time you made it?
It is
Do you have
still
any-
truthful, sir.
Still truthful, that's what I'm going to ask you. There's no reason to believe that in any way it's false, it's been changed, it's amended.
No, sir.
Okay. Did you, in fact, receive the instructions that were reported?
Yes.
Would you look at Exhibit 4, page number 5, the entry for November 27th, 2018 at 1300 hours?
Do we read out, sir?
Yes, if you would read that into the record.
Cancel interviews due to Captain Chief, due to Captain/Chief Burson. He wanted to make sure I did not have to ask questions about subculture groups at East LA Station. Worked on another case due to the statute date is coming up.
Okay, and was that an entry that you made?
Yes, sir, it is.
And was that entry truthful at the time you made it?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive the instructions that are recited in that portion of exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason to think that any portion of that instruction that is memorialized there is untrue?
No, sir.
Has the record been changed in any way?
No, sir.
Would you take a look, please, at page 5 of exhibit 4, the entry for December 7th, 2018 at 9 a.m. And would you read that into the record?
Received the go-ahead to start interviewing witnesses for the case. Also, the chief person informed me that I do not need to ask questions about the subculture group at East LA Station. Spoke to attorney Sherry Lawrence, representing, and declined to be interviewed.
And did you make that entry, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that a truthful recital of the instruction you had received?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in each instance that we have gone over, did you follow the instructions that were given to you?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you follow those instructions?
Sir, we're a paramilitary agency, sir.
And what do you mean by that?
We follow orders of chain of command.
And in this particular case, it had been your starting point that it would have been helpful or wise to investigate the existence of subgroups, cliques, or similar exclusion organizations. Is that true?
True.
Notwithstanding what you believe to be the case, you follow those orders. Is that also true?
Yes, sir.
By the way, the subgroup we're talking about, as Judge Bonner established, is the Banditos in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Based upon your investigation, did you conclude that this was just a drunken brawl, a mutual combat, or did you believe it was something more serious?
My personal belief, something more serious.
And did you believe that it should have been filed as a criminal case?
Yes, sir, I do.
So we've heard the testimony of Chief Goodman, of Chief Burson, Investigator Chow, all talking about the importance of learning the motive for this beatdown at Kennedy Hall. Can you think, as a long-term police officer, of any legitimate reason to have held off looking into the motive for the crime?
Well, when you're interviewing, you have 4 identified potential suspects, and I think the initial report was listed as a suspect, suspect/victims. You're separating who's who from the zoo, and you're going to interview people. Maybe you can interview 20, 30, 40. I believe they interviewed enough 70 people by the end of the ICID case, if I'm not mistaken. That's a lot of people to interview. And we're doing this on a case that ultimately, if it were to be filed, would have been filed as a misdemeanor, not a felony, given today's environment. So how much stock or how much resource they want to put it in, that's an investigative decision. That's not the sheriff's decision, nor what.
Can you think of a reason why a law enforcement officer in this circumstance wouldn't try to understand the motive of this beatdown by a group of subculture members of non-subculture members? What's the reason to not investigate the motive, sir?
Well, I'm sure the district attorney laid it out pretty well. I believe the district attorney, their declination report said this was a group of more senior deputies that are upset about the work ethic of more junior deputies at the station. Not quite a big criminal conspiracy.
They didn't ask about the subculture involvement, did they, on the instruction that we have now heard repeatedly, correct?
The tattoo or not is not going to change the nature of what it was.
You have no idea what motivated it unless you ask the question. Isn't that true?
Question that's up to investigators to resolve.
And they were told to not ask questions that went directly to the motive, that is, the subgroup culture question. Isn't that right, sir?
You know what, you're going to keep beating around the bush on this. The bottom line is, you know very well that that was between Matt Burson and Jeff Chow, who both have a motive to basically paint me in the worst light possible, and we've already established that. And the record here is very clear that the log was altered after the fact. So trying to interject that somehow he was a chief before I even knew he was a chief, it shows that the law was altered after the fact. So I can't testify to what went on between them and what Matt Burson told Chow and the investigators. That was ICID handle. And in my position as a brand new sheriff, literally not even walking in the door yet, you're describing this grand conspiracy here. It doesn't pass a smell test.
Now, it does actually, doesn't pass a smell test where you won't acknowledge that the investigation into the motive related directly to whether this was a subculture group acting to discipline junior deputies who weren't members of the subculture. Isn't that key to learning the motive? So Burson was wrong, and Gooden was wrong, and Chow was wrong, and they were all lying, and you are telling the truth. Is that what you're saying to us?
Some of the facts that I know.
You
In
think?
fact, Mr. Huntsman right over there, with some or one in that same law, he presents himself as directing what the ICIB is going to pass. I remember when I came across it, I thought, how inappropriate is the Inspector General directing the activity of ICIB? His role as Inspector General is to monitor, critique it when the investigation is done. The time to tell them how to do their job is inappropriate. It's interference in a criminal investigation.
You instructed Delmise to tell Burson, to tell Chow, to not look into the involvement of the Banditos in East LA, your home station. Isn't that true?
False.
Let me ask you.
Actively false. In fact, you know what? You keep beating around the bush trying to repeat it again and again. It's not going to make it work. You keep asking the same question 10 different times. But bottom line is, I was taking over the job as sheriff, and somehow you think my first day on the job, I'm going to commit an act of obstruction of justice. Is that your position? I think that's.
Let the facts speak for themselves, and people will decide for themselves. Can we play 5-1-3?
They will decide that we have people here that are named felony suspects in a matter before the attorney general, and they sit here instead of waiting it out and see what happens with the attorney general.
Right.
That's how it's supposed to work.
It's 5-20.
How soon after you were promoted did Chief of Staff Delmise call you?
Well, I called him on the following day, on December 7th.
And on December the 7th, the day after you were promoted, what was the substance of the conversation between you and Delmise?
The point of my calling Chief Delmise was to ask the sheriff about the investigation that we were told to halt.
And what was said by each of you as, in general, as you best recall in that conversation?
Well, again, every time Larry talked, it was on behalf of the sheriff, and basically that's how every conversation started. So in this instance, it was on behalf of the sheriff. Go ahead and don't look into the bandito aspect of the case or the subgroup aspect of the case. Just focus on the alcohol in the fight.
Did the fact that you had received this instruction lead you to the belief that you were being instructed by the chief law enforcement officer of Los Angeles County, that is the new sheriff, about how to conduct an investigation?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason why Chief Burson on his own would have given that instruction? That's memorialized on this document. Can you think of any reason?
Right here. Acting assignments and transfers, December 16th. We didn't know that he was gonna be promoted to chief about at the earliest December 14th. Yet he's here saying under oath on December 7th as chief, he did X, Y, and Z.
Can you think of any reason why he would have given that instruction, sir, on his own?
I have no idea.
No idea, do you?
No.
He's lying about it, and Chow's lying about it, and Gooden is lying about it. That's the summary of your testimony on that point, isn't it?
All the
That's a summary of your testimony on that point, isn't it, sir?
evidence shows that they altered everything.
They altered everything.
Well, the law.
There was no instruction given at all.
Exactly. Why would I give that instruction? I don't think you even asked that question. Why would I?
The reason you gave the instruction is that you from East LA Station and you wanted to curry favor with the people who are at your home station. How about that as a motive? Would you want to look into that? If we're investigating you, would we want to look into your connection to East LA?
As a Latino sheriff, I was going to curry favor with the Latino deputies at East LA Station.
Exactly.
Is that it?
Exactly.
Okay, I see where we're going with this thing.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
I tell you what, you know what? Getting this job was not easy. Having all of this electioneering going on as we're doing right now, trying to influence the outcome of the 24th race is, it speaks highly of, or actually speaks very poorly of this oversight commission. In fact, Hans Johnson right there, he held a fundraiser for candidate Sheriff Luna, and then Supervisor Helen Solis puts him on this commission. Why are you even here? How can you objectively assess anything I say or do, anything the committee does because you're biased?
Would you?
Same thing with you, Patty Giggins. You actually voted on measures about subpoenas on an issue when you were somebody that.
I'm biased.
Trying to challenge or question my integrity.
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're challenging, let me make it clear, we're challenging and questioning your integrity, sir. And we're challenging and questioning the fact that this investigation was shut down, and I'm looking for an explanation for why all of these people on their own would have shut it down. You ever hear of the logic principle called Occam's razor? We didn't do well in physics here, but now let's move into logic. Occam's razor, sir, says that between two theories or explanations, choose the simpler one. The simpler theory is that you told Delmeese, for whatever reason, to shut down, interfere, or halt the investigation of the Banditos for whatever reason. Delmeese, in turn, told that to Burson, who in the paramilitary structure followed what he believed to be the instruction from the soon-to-be and actual sheriff by December the 9th. And Chow did as he was instructed. That's the simpler explanation, rather than three people randomly getting together to manufacture documents and come to testify in public under oath and lie. Would you agree that at least my explanation is the simpler of the two?
Your explanation is nowhere close to anything simple. Simple explanation is that we have a corrupt board of supervisors with a convicted felon named Mark Ridley Thomas. Yes, have we forgot about that? We have another supervisor, retired supervisor, former supervisor, who's a named felony suspect in the same case as Patty Giggins. And that's 40% of the board of supervisors. You know, we go through all of the motions of the board with all the false statements included in them. And bring your motion about calling for my resignation, Mr. Bonner, where are you? And, you know what? It's not holding up to the test of time.
Yeah, well, somebody else will decide whether it holds up to the test of time and whether people were right to turn you out by a 30-point margin, but that's not what we want to talk about here today. Let's move on to a careful look at your policy, exhibit number 11. And this is your policy that you regard as a legendary, unprecedented example of dealing with the question of cliques and subgroups.
And you're sure of them? That makes it unprecedented, correct? If I understand the English language?
Well, we don't. Your policy begins with a robust statement. Departmental personnel shall not participate or join in any group of department employees which promotes conduct that violates the rights of other employees or members of the public. That's your broad, robust statement. But membership in a deputy clique or subgroup alone is not punishable under this policy, is it?
It's a misconduct, no, it's not.
And as we've described, misconduct is always punishable, whether a person is or isn't a member of a subgroup, correct?
Correct.
So your policy added absolutely nothing to the state of play about misconduct, correct?
False.
Well, what did it add if you can't be punished for being a member of a group unless you engage in misconduct, and already be punished for engaging in misconduct without this piece of paper?
You know what, I actually rely on the opinion of constitutional law experts. I rely on the opinion of counsel, and they gave a very lengthy explanation in 2014, what former Sheriff John Scott could and couldn't do. And I read through that thing, it's many pages long, and it's pretty deep to hand. That's from county council. I also read the opinion from the ALES expert that they hired, who was a expert of note. They give a very lengthy explanation about what you can and can't do. Scott's policy that he was proposing, he chose not to be the experts.
I promise you, if you leave me some time, we'll go through the 2014 policy, talk about the county council's position as reported in the LA Times in 2021 policy. But let me stop for a moment. ALAG, that's the organization of deputies, right?
Yes.
You rely upon their for-hire lawyer to give you, as a representative of the county of Los Angeles, legal advice? You don't rely upon the county council?
Well, when the county council is actually providing advice on how to get rid of me from office, they tend to be pretty hostile on those.
So you went to the sheriff deputies who would be regulated by whatever policy you advanced and asked their lawyer to give you an opinion that would be binding on the county and the sheriff? Is that what you did?
Well, 2041 opinion from county council mirrored the 2021 position from ALES. Or somehow there's a big shift in constitutional law between 2014 and 2021. Is that what you're saying?
So let's see what you know about the Constitution. I didn't want to go there, but okay. Tell me what the facts are in Garcetti, which is as follows.
I'm not a lawyer. I can read it and I can interpret it in terms of how we can affect policy. I rely on a constitutional policing advisor that helps us interpret that, and we come to an understanding. I do know this, that you cannot regulate the contents of free speech as an employer when it is not visible to the public. And so that is a fact.
That is not at all what the proposed policy of this commission has suggested, is it?
Well, this policy, you want to eradicate subgroups and basically fire people because they have a tattoo.
That's entirely different from regulating the content of a tattoo. And you know that because you looked at the 2014 opinion. Yes, sir. You know what? Let's do that.
And I actually know that the current sheriff has now withheld promotions because people had a tattoo from a quarter century ago. That'll be a future lawsuit for someone, I'm pretty sure. We'll see how that goes. Unfortunately, the taxpayers, everybody in the room, is going to pay.
Right, sure. Let me get the 2014 opinion so that we can make sure.
The sheriff.
Listen to my questions and don't just keep rambling on, please. We have a very limited amount of time here. Sundown is about 5:50. Would you put up number 12, and you can look at number 12 in your book, please. And start at the very end, because I want to make sure everybody knows what the question was that was asked in 2014 of the county council. And you have it? It's the last 2 pages or so of this document. Bearing the signature of John L. Scott, September 4th, 2014. You have it? Sir, would you read into the record under the words, "Dear Mr. Weiss," what was being requested by Sheriff Scott at the time? September 4th, 2014, or if you can read the jumbotron over here. See the highlighted in yellow? Did you read that into the record?
Request for formal opinion regarding proposed tattoo policy.
Now, let me turn the page. Have you found the page in your document? Let's look at the next page, because I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. And there is a discussion specifically of what Sheriff Scott was contemplating. Tattoos and brandings. You see that? Still can't find it?
See the legal opinion.
Oh, the blue post-it to make it easier for you. Have you found the blue post-it? We'll start there. Okay. So you're now based on the legal opinion that was sought by the sheriff. And he asked for a formal opinion regarding a proposed tattoo policy, correct? And then on the next page, he talks about the proposed policy, and it's about tattoos and brandings, correct? And then it goes on to talk about prohibited tattoos or brandings, correct? Can you see the headings?
I'm looking for the prohibited part.
You see where it says tattoos?
I got it.
Okay, the next part is prohibited tattoos or branding, correct? Then turn the page. It relates next to pre-employment and the covering of visible tattoos or brandings, correct? There's not a single word in this opinion that talks about the question of whether deputy cliques can be outlawed or restricted. This was entirely a question about tattoos and the content of tattoos, which presents fundamental First Amendment questions. Isn't that true, sir?
Your point?
My point is that this has nothing to do with the proposed policy of the commission. This is not an opinion regarding outlawing cliques, deputy gangs, and the like. This is a discussion of whether tattoo content can be regulated. Did you understand that when we read that and indeed included this in your little handout?
And very well that you're kind of skipping over the county council analysis and you're going to jump straight to the opinion on the policy that's written by Sheriff Scott. You gotta read the, well, I assume you read the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at reading.
But
this is all about tattoos. It has nothing to do with outlawing deputy cliques, does it? Or, you know what? Because you're reading everything, read into the record, if you would, the reference to deputy cliques and outlawing deputy cliques from the 2014 opinion. So everybody will have the benefit of it. Just read the words or the paragraph that addresses deputy cliques and asks whether they can be outlawed or not.
I do know that when you're talking about a clique or a subgroup, you're talking about First Amendment issues. We're talking about the freedom of association.
Please read from the opinion that you've relied upon and offered under evidence under oath today as the basis for your understanding of the Constitution.
Light of competing interests set forth above, courts employ the following sequential of biased inquiry to determine whether public employee claims his First Amendment rights have been violated.
And they're talking about tattoos, not cliques, aren't they, sir? Read the word cliques as it appears in that exhibit. Where's the word cliques?
That's kind of the juvenile approach right now.
I don't know what I'm doing, but why don't you just do it for everybody? Find the word cliques. Or say it's not there.
Let's put it this way, I don't think in case law, is the word clicking up here. For deputy gangsters, it's so new that we don't have case law yet.
Well, let's take a look at number 13. Do some constitutional law here. 13. LA County Sheriff has legal power to ban gang-like groups of deputies, county lawyers say.
It's the other kinds of, wow, imagine that.
Well, we'll get into it. Let's see if there's anything at all to be learned from the LA Times, including the references I think they've given you. So, would you read into the record, the first highlighted paragraph under the name of your favorite reporter, Aileen Would you read that into the record?
The Lake County Sheriff, and legal authority to crack down entrenched gang-like groups of deputies that have been accused of glorifying violence, whose members have cost taxpayers tens of millions of dollars in legal amounts, according to attorneys for the county.
So, this ran on September 16th, 2021. You see that reference?
Mhm.
Yes. So as of September 16th, 2021, you knew it was the official position of the county council that outlawing cliques, subgroups, and deputy gangs was constitutional, correct?
Nope.
You didn't know that?
I knew that council at this point in time had adversarial relationship with my office and the administration, and I could not find anything coming out of council.
So let me make sure I understand this. As of September 16th, 2021, you had rejected the opinion as recited in the LA Times article of the county council. Is that fair? You're not a lawyer, correct? You wouldn't know Garcetti versus Savalos if it came up and bit you, correct? So what are the facts of that case? What are the facts of that case? Yes. You haven't read it, but you're offering constitutional opinions.
There's also the Pickering,
Yes, what are the facts of Pickering?
and I'm giving you the basics here. One, on the tattoo side, regulating the content of speech is a problem, and also go into the subgroups. How do you distinguish the subgroup? Oh, you're gonna go and strip down all the employees, as Mr. Lewin was proposing, and Huntsman, and we'll get against the bottom, it's gonna strip down all our employees. Well, there, one of the practicality of it, that was halted in court. There's an injunction on that. And what exactly are you gonna do when you determine that maybe 20% of your workforce has tattoos? Are you gonna somehow set them on a shelf or fire all 20 of them, 20% of the department because they had a tattoo? Or do you have any evidence of misconduct they were investigating? It's not so difficult.
Opinion didn't relate to tattoo. This opinion, in September 16th, 2021, when the LA Times ran this article, we had passed the tattoo point. We understood content regulation. We knew what couldn't be done. This was a different focus, wasn't it, sir? Wasn't it?
No, the same person from county council wrote the 2014 opinion, somehow had an epiphany in 2021, wrote the opposite opinion, right? It's the very same person.
Okay, sure. Let me just go back down to the facts.
Wait.
Turn the page.
Talking about the other time that trying to do one thing.
Yeah, so let's go on to the next page. The first paragraph on the next page says, the confidential legal opinion issued last month by the Office of County Counsel knocks down
Where's that?
on the next page. And that exhibit.
Okay, go ahead.
A confidential legal opinion issued last month by the Office of County Counsel knocks down claims by Villanueva that he's limited in what he can do to combat the problem, and that an attempt to prohibit deputies from joining the groups would violate their constitutional rights. A copy of the memo was obtained by the time. Now,
Thank you, Mr. Baxter.
appreciate it being thanked.
You don't know why I'm thanking.
So let,
Unwittingly show the collusion between the LA Times and county council. I appreciate it.
there was a confidential legal opinion. You were, you were a trained investigator, right?
As far as I got was the preliminary investigation.
And you get the Times online rather than the physical copy we established that earlier, correct?
Get a right fish with that, that's for
Sure. Or you could learn about gangs in the RESD if you wanted to also, right?
not anything this is important.
But if you take a look at this particular web posting, you see the words confidential legal opinion in blue. See that? What does that tell you? It's a trained investigator and a regular reader of online newspapers.
It's a hyperlink.
Hyperlink to what? So as a trained investigator, the sheriff of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and a person interested deeply in the First Amendment, you linked on that and read that full opinion, didn't you? Or did you decide, oh no, it's too complicated?
At some point, I read it, yes.
And so when you read it, you were able to confirm that the summary that was provided by the LA Times was in fact truthful and accurate, correct? The LA, okay, well, let's go through it and see where it's wrong. The next paragraph says,
You're missing the point here.
no, I'm not, answer my question,
So
sir.
I'm answering your question, and I'm following what is written here in the Times. It says right here that, that the Office of County Counsel issued last month, blah, 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 knocks down claims by Villanueva because they're asserting the Times is using their power of the press to assert that the county council opinion is the right one. And that you're making that assumption. I'm not making that assumption because I have to reconcile that with the assumption of the ALED's opinion. And yes, oh, you know, yeah, there are other attorneys that are actually not working for county council. And
I think we've been over the reliability of your adversary's legal opinion to inform as official matter the policy of an official in the county. So I think we've been over that. And I think what they're saying is not that inconsistent with the willy-nilly constitutional opinions you have been offering from 2018 forward. So, but let's study this together. We want to learn about the First Amendment.
you want to go through an opinion that I disagree with? Do you have any other constitutional law expert that can, for different opinion?
Many, there are tons of cases on this subject matter, sir, tons of cases. We'll get to it, I promise you. I'm going to give you a research project by the end of this examination, okay? I'm going to tell you the names of cases that I'd like you to read. Will you read that? When you come back next, we'll have read them and we can discuss those.
You know, you have to actually interpret the law and you have to produce policy that you can enforce, that's practical, and also allows for the operation of the organization. And the wholesale stripping down of employees to see if they have a tattoo and then fire them or deny them promotion is not permissible.
We'll see when we get to the proposed policy of this commission, whether that calls for stripping down people and denying promotions based upon what is revealed in
Send a letter, and had the sheriff send out a letter telling everybody, send us a photo of your tattoo.
Will you do me a favor? Let's study here this constitutional issue in more detail. You're not a lawyer and you're not a judge. And so maybe we can learn something together from the LA Times.
That won't happen.
Won't happen, okay. Quote, in the next paragraph, the county's compelling interest in, are you looking down, are we reading together?
Go ahead.
The county's compelling interest in restoring or increasing public trust in the LASD and preventing the harm subgroups cause to the county, LSD and community members, justifies a policy that bans participation, close quote, county attorneys wrote in the memo to the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission, an independent watchdog group. Now, do you agree that the county has a compelling interest in restoring or increasing public trust in the Sheriff's Department?
The county had a compelling interest in removing an honest sheriff from office, but they did everything under their power to achieve that goal.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, sir.
Well, that's what the county compelling interest was. You're asking about compelling county interest, that's what they did.
I asked you about public trust in the LASD. Do you think that that was a compelling interest? During the time you were the sheriff,
Yes,
you believe there was a compelling interest in having the public trust in the LASD, correct?
it should have been. This commission spent countless hours trying to convince the public that I'm the leader of a gang and I'm covered in tattoos, and I have people that actually believe that. Yeah, there you go. Case in point. So that effort has been very successful. Let's accept it.
You know, I wasn't at the hearing in which any evidence was produced about whether you have tattoos, whether they're concealed, so I don't know what you're talking about, sir, but let me focus your attention on this particular constitutional issue. Since taking office, we can jump down to, since taking office at the end of 2018, Villanueva has said they're trying to determine which of the department's 10,000 deputies belong to one of the many groups would amount to, quote, an individual. And that's something you said many times, correct?
I've said it, that's true. This.
And that was an accurate summary, including a quote of things you said that appeared in the LA Times, right?
Somewhat, yes. It's hard to say what is actually said and what time to
And
report.
they're
Be two different things.
and the Times, in its usual, on the one hand, on the other hand, approach goes on to say, quoting you, that would be inappropriate and wildly speculative, the sheriff said last year. We're trying to run an organization, not engage in a witch hunt. That was an accurate quote and a fair summary of your view of
That's an
the
accurate
constitutional issue, correct?
Accurate statement.
Right, so the Times got it wrong.
That quote, yes.
Okay, to justify its stance, we want to make sure we fully understand your point of view. To justify its stance, Villanueva has referred to legal direction the county council office gave sheriff's officials in 2014. That's the very opinion we've been chatting about, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you did refer to that repeatedly as justification for your desire to not conduct the inquisition. Is that fair?
Somewhat.
Okay, so the Times got at least that portion of the sentence correct. Saying lawyers concluded that banning the graphic matching tattoos that group members often got or forbidding deputies from associating with a particular organization would violate their free speech rights. That's exactly what you've been talking about. That's a direct quote. And the hyperlink there was to some pictures of graphic matching tattoos. Is that right?
And look at those hyperlinks, I believe so.
We did read the opinion, but we decided to not look at the supporting materials.
Pictures of tattoos. That
You've seen them.
doesn't even put to misconduct, which is something you'll never admit.
You not only have you seen the pictures, you've seen them in real life in the locker rooms when you're a sheriff, deputy sheriff.
I don't bother looking at other people in the locker room, particularly when they're embarrassed.
A copy of the 2014 legal opinion obtained by the Times showed it was less expansive than Villanueva's portrayal and narrowly addressed just one issue: whether a proposed policy banning certain kinds of tattoos would pass constitutional muster. Now, you read that in September of 2021, correct? And that was accurate, wasn't it?
I think here we're looking at overlapping either criminal theories or actually applying case law to policy and make it work. Statement, two different animals, which I don't think you really appreciate.
The legal opinion that is referenced here, obtained by the Times, was less expansive than your portrayal and narrowly addressed one issue: whether a proposed policy banning certain kinds of tattoos would pass constitutional muster. We just studied that 2014 opinion. I asked you to find anything about cliques or subgroups and the like, and every single heading related to tattoos. Don't you remember that, sir?
Well, I remember it very well, but you know,
You agree with the Times when they say that it was narrowly focused on tattoos, don't you?
I'm not in a position to give the Times on anything, even their track record, but I'll tell you this. As a sheriff, as the elected sheriff, it may come as a shock to you, but I have the right to actually create and implement policy. Are they 100% effective, 80% effective? We don't know, but that's our starting point. But it's a starting point that I took that no other sheriff ever took. In fact, even the current sheriff, now what, 13 months in, he still hasn't taken a step. And it's meet and confer, not meet and defer. So what's the big holdup there?
Right. Okay, so I understand your unhappiness at the result of the election, which caused you to lose your office.
You're hyper-focused on my decision as sheriff,
amounts to really, what exactly are you trying to get at? What's your purpose?
Just answer my questions, it'll be very clear to everybody in the room, even if not clear to you. Let's focus your attention.
You're electioneering, that's what you're doing right now.
Let's take a, will you concede that the LA Times report on the scope of the 2014 legal opinion addressed only a policy banning certain kinds of tattoos was an accurate reflection of what we just studied about 2014? Yes or no?
2014 council, or the council opinion, the 2021 ALAD's opinion suspiciously shared a lot of the same case law. Oh gee, I wonder why. Why is that?
ALAD's opinion offered by the adversary to the county is the one you choose to rely upon rather than the opinion of county council. I just want to make that very clear on the record.
Well, the county council actually counseled the board of supervisors on how to explore every way to remove me from office. Exactly why would I rely on an adversarial council? Who would?
The next page of this summary of the opinion, which was hyperlinked and which you read, says in quotes, because a ban on subgroups is connected to employees' conduct in their capacity as LAST personnel, not as private citizens, it likely does not implicate the First Amendment. You see that? And do you have reason to believe that that is an inaccurate statement of First Amendment law? Do you have a reason to believe that is an inaccurate statement of First Amendment law?
You mean that page here?
It's the next page. It's page 3.
Okay. You're talking LA Times or we're talking?
We're talking the quotation in the LA Times, heavily derived from the opinion, which you clicked on as linked.
Yeah, hold on.
It's directly under a photograph of a photo of a gang tattoo of Deputy Sheriff Aldana. Recognize that photograph from earlier today? Because a ban on subgroups is connected to employees' conduct in their capacity as LAST personnel, not as private citizens.
False statement right there.
That's a false statement of law or
It's a false statement of this opinion from county council.
that quote is not, that's not an accurate recital of what the county council is like. It's about your testimony under oath.
This is the memo. Okay, now take that memo and is it a part of case law or is it the opinion of county council citing case law? Two different things.
Yes.
Well, it says the memo said they're not referencing the case law application there. In fact, it's directing to LSD personnel.
This is the opinion, county council.
And
The
the
raw-
county council, they'll give you any opinion that the board of supervisors tells them to give. And we know that time and time again.
So when did you first decide that you wouldn't follow the advice of county council?
Probably they try to obstruct my ability to do my job and remove me from office. I figure, you know, that's not the right people to do.
When was that?
That was pretty early on.
Well, you continue to rely upon the opinion of county council when you make reference to the 2014 opinion. So sometimes you rely on it, sometimes you don't.
Well, maybe because in 2014 I wasn't sheriff.
Yeah, but you're relying on it now, aren't you, sir?
Because in 2014, the relationship between county council and the sheriff at the time, which was Kevin Scott, was a pretty neutral one. And it was a more honest indicator.
So
You can understand that my relationship with county council in 2021, well, oh boy.
So by 2021, the county council was joining the many witnesses we've had here in lying in course and scope of their duty about what was permissible. Is that fair?
Let's call the many plaintiffs in different lawsuits that you lined up here.
You call them whatever you want.
That's what they are.
Do you agree that county council was just one of the rabble of people lying, saying forth things that were untrue as of the time that they wrote this opinion?
We don't have enough time in the day to point out all the things that have been said falsely
from the Board of Supervisors, from County Council, from this commission. And I'm not going to spend it.
Yeah, man, I wasn't asking you that question, and we don't want to spend that time either. What we want to do is focus on the constitutional issue that you have expressed and which was knocked down, according to the LA Times, by an opinion in 2021 by the county council, which was the sheriff lawyer, not Elance, but the sheriff's.
It was not the sheriff's lawyer. They told me very specifically their attorneys for the Board of Supervisors. They made it painfully repetitive that we don't represent you, we represent the Board of Supervisors.
Present the office sheriff, and not you personally, of course.
In fact, when the Board of Supervisors sued me, that was that was early on. In fact, that was my first month on the job. So an adversarial relationship happened early on. So an opinion from 2021, do you think I was going to accept county council opinion?
So in 2021, you knew the opinion, you rejected the opinion, and you announced the fact that you believe the opinion was wrong, and you wouldn't allow it. Is that fair?
It was wrong on both times. Wrong because of the interpretation of law as I understood it, and wrong because of the implications on implementing the policy. Wrong for the department, and look at what we have right now. We have a huge staffing crisis where more than 30% of the department disappeared. Yeah, patrol stations operating at 30% vacancy rate, deputies working back-to-back double shifts, 2 to 3, 4 days in a row. That's a huge crisis, and a lot of it boils down to this hostile relationship between now the sheriff and the line staff, and that is avoidable.
So let me make sure I fully appreciate this. Do you think the constitutional opinion of the county council and their view, as expressed in this newspaper article, that one cannot be a member of a deputy clique if policies are enacted to prevent it, has caused people to retire from the department or to not seek membership in the department? Is that what's going on?
I'll tell you
If
this.
I can't be a member of a deputy clique or a gang, I don't want to be a member of the LASD. Is that what you're saying?
Saying is that when you throw your own employees under the bus for political posturing purposes, you don't hire a lot of people. Yes, that's what happens. When you have a policy like you're intending to do, like Mr. Huntsman tried to enforce, by having everyone send them photos of their tattoos, that is a very hostile working environment. You're not going to attract a lot of people to it. This is no big mystery or concern.
Let me,
And by the way, when we hire people, they do have to divulge what tattoos they have, and we actually separate real gang tattoos from our applicants, because they don't have that right of privacy at the time when we do this.
wow, so it's okay under the First Amendment to ask a potential employee about their tattoos?
Yes, as a
And if
condition,
they lie about it, can they be terminated
they do get terminated.
for lying about their tattoos?
They get terminated for lying.
So the fact that you have a tattoo, even a gang tattoo, is no obstacle to being hired at the LASD?
If you have a gang tattoo, that is a big obstacle for being hired. A real gang, not a phantom gang.
I see. So if it says executioner and they broadly show their executioner tattoo like Superman, that's perfectly okay. You can be hired for that. But if it says MS-13, you can't get hired. Is that what you're saying?
MS-13 is an actual gang that commits crime, and every member of it pretty much has a long rap sheet.
Okay.
We're trying to like get through this hearing. We're not gonna get through the hearing and develop the evidence if we keep having people from the audience offer comments. So if we just finish this hearing, this evidence is going to be valuable to everyone in this room, no matter what side they're on. Go ahead.
Mr. Dykstra, have you actually read the ALS opinion? John Terranian?
Yes, many times. It doesn't hold an ounce of weight. It's clearly a contrived opinion, unsupported by applicable law and directly contrary to the opinion of the county council. I am, sir, yes.
And you're published.
I've argued many a case that
No.
has been published. Yes, sir.
Published.
course I have been. I've had many
You've
cases.
written works on the
I
Constitution.
have to write works on constitutional
So you're
malpractice.
not a constitution.
Why am I engaging in this? Let me ask you, sir, if we could now take a look at the proposed policy of the COC and study that together. The number?
12. Opinion?
No, no. Give me a moment to find the document so we can put it up on the screen and study it together.
By the way, the packet that I provided everybody here, the commissioners, and a lot of documents you haven't seen before, including correspondence from Sheriff John Scott, from the Jim McDonald's area, from, one of you, Catherine Mattis, will review it. And a lot of it points to the concerns about the relationship and the access of the COC and the OAB that's surprisingly consistent throughout 4 different administrations.
Trying to locate the COC policy, if I can have another moment to find this.
Take all the time to need Mr. Benson.
I'm sorry? Well, I have a copy.
11?
This is the extant policy. I'm looking for the proposed policy. I can't put my hand up. So, okay, let me do that in the interest of time. The Civilian Oversight Commission's proposed policy prohibiting deputy clicks. And you have seen the proposed policy, which was offered by the department, by the Oversight Commission. And it, that's just the policy. Together, I'll read it. I'm sorry that I can't quite put my hand on the flow of them. Did you take that back, Judge Bonner?
We have it back over.
There you go. Thank you. So this policy is not about tattoos. It's a policy that prohibits department personnel shall not participate in, join, or solicit other department personnel to join a deputy clique. Could you also put up 11 so we can compare and contrast policies? The one that's on the board, that's the existing policy, right? Shall not participate or join, and we're going to talk about how it had to be connected to misconduct. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so this policy says that as a matter of policy, you cannot participate in, join, or solicit others to join the deputy clique. And then it defines what a deputy clique is. That is sheriff's deputies in a particular patrol station who self-associate, self-identify, and exclude other deputies assigned to the same station or unit, subgroup within a particular station or unit. Will you agree with me that that very specific expression of proposed policy is broader? The extant policy about the need for specific wrongdoing. That is, at work, you can be a member of one of these groups without regard to whether you misconduct. See the difference?
I can see that there's a reason why it's not going to work very obvious.
Can you see the difference, sir?
Slight difference, but that difference tipped it from being constitutional to being permitted.
You're a constitutional scholar now? Have you published?
Professed to be.
Oh, okay, so rather than offer your constitutional, let's kind of march through you can see that it covers a different set of circumstances. No misconduct, but simply joining the clique is the problem under this, correct?
Well, if you're describing.
Yes, and it goes on to say, any department employee who participates in or joins the deputy clique or solicits another employee to join the deputy clique will be subject to discipline. See that? And that fits exactly into the First Amendment opinion, which we've studied through the Los Angeles Times. Isn't that right?
We don't study anything for 1 second. I'm
Sure, we did. We spent some time here before, and I read it to you, and it was quoted. Remember that?
But the Times writes, it says no relation to reality.
Ever?
So,
Okay, so we don't need to discuss the Garcetti test, the Pickering test, because you're not a constitutional scholar, you don't know about that, right?
well, I'd like to see you tell us where the ALAS opinion was wrong. Maybe that would help.
From the beginning to the end, it was a purchased opinion by somebody who was hired as a, can you let me, you asked me a question and I decided to respond. I think it is an opinion which holds no water, in my opinion, but it doesn't matter. We're focused on the county council's opinion and the proposed policy of this commission.
Then a purchase policy? For proposal?
Do you think that a law enforcement agency can make fire a member of a group like the Ku Klux Klan without any wrongdoing other than membership?
You've actually come across that situation in the past, or in previous administrations, that the employees with like a swastika tattoo. And the opinion of county council was we could not terminate.
Really?
That
When was that?
goes back to probably 5-10 years.
So sometime in 2010s, there is an opinion of county council which says that Nazis can't be terminated for being Nazis.
The problem was the tattoo and then equating that to actually doing something.
I see, but I'm asking you a slightly different question. A membership in a gang, like say the Ku Klux Klan, you will agree with me that membership in the Ku Klux Klan would allow a person to be terminated as a law enforcement official, correct?
Yes, we can draw a nexus between a nefarious organization and their conduct, public and point of
And there are reported cases that we constitutional scholars know about where the Ku Klux Klan issue is specifically addressed regarding law enforcement, correct? And the same thing with regard to the Outlaws motorcycle gang, correct? You know about those cases.
Yeah, that's why they call outlaw.
Okay. And so the question here is whether you can treat as outlaws people who participate in a deputy clique which contain the characteristics identified and defined in this proposed policy, correct? Yes. And the county council says that's constitutional, correct? Yes, it is. Okay. How much more?
It's one, how much time do you have time? What's your time?
Yes, at some point, we've been going around in circles here and
So can you come back? When can you come back? Let's set another date. We'll be happy to let you go.
come back after you swear and testify under oath, Mr. McDonald and Mr.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, you know what we'll do? We'll serve you with another subpoena and then we'll go.
I mean, you just said, come back unless we do things.
No. Subpoena, McDonald, subpoena, the one they have offer. They need to testify under oath just like I did, right?
And if the commission determines that that is important and valuable, I'm sure we'll do that. I bet they'll come voluntarily and there won't be any need for subpoena or attempts to enforce contempt. I just had that feeling. So when can you come back if you want to conclude now? Because I got a few more hours.
Well, actually, I'm busy doing something, like running for office. So have them go first, and then back and,
You are,
Hey, let's go down. We're almost done. We're almost done.
you're agreeing to return the subject to the back. Okay, and when is it? All first of this.
oh, you can start with March 6th or 7th.
Okay, is that before or after your election? Okay, so let's put down March 6th or 7th. We can check everybody's well car. And we'll look forward to seeing you again.
I do expect to see Mr. McDonald and Mr. Moore.
Yeah.
Some of them means exactly what I said, just a discipline, right? You're exercise with nothing else.
We understand your position. We, of course, have to make independent determinations on that. Do commissioners have questions? If not, we'll move to public comment. Are there any commissioners?
I have a few questions actually. Someone returns. I want to be clear though, his return is not March 6th to March 7th, but it's necessary. But I hope that doesn't come. I think that's some questions, but.
Thank you, Mr. Villanueva. And we will now move to public comment.
Okay, we have 10 public comment. First up is McKinsey, followed by Brendan Kate, followed by Vanessa Perez. Thank you.
His return is not. Necessary. I hope that doesn't come.
Let's have public comment. Thank you, Mr. Villanueva. And we will now move to public comment.
Okay, we have 10 public comment. First up is McKinsey.
His return is not.
Public comment. Public, thank you, Mr. Villanueva. And we will now move to public comment.
Okay, we have 10 public comment. First up is McKinsey.
Public comment. Thank you, Mr. Villanueva. And we will now move to public comment.
Okay, we have 10 public comment. First up is
Public comment. Thank you, Mr. Villanueva. And we will now move to public comment.
Anyone here who's actually read the 70-page report can tell you that it is an indisputable fact that the deputy gangs in the Fox and Harris County should wait that have existed before Harris County so the deputy verified to the user on this program this is a commission of citizens. Anyone who's been back here at the 70 doing and compiling the facts about community affairs. This is a deputy and a group of citizens finding was governed for 4 years by a man who just now obeyed the subpoena after being September for several won the election in 2022. User allows to disclose citizens and their unrelated deaths. This is a commission. Anyone who's been back here doing and compiling the facts about this is the deputy and a group of citizens finding 4 years man just now obeyed the subpoena after being September user allows to related this is a
tirelessly to measure our facts, which it did with around 76% of the county vote. It is long overdue that the Illinois left has complied with the existing subpoenas that have been issued in the past several years. I think it's important to note how damaging this refusal all these years have been to not only the oversight process, but which the purpose of this county. This very public refusal to comply with the orders disenfranchising voters and rendering commissioners unable to perform these tasks has been damaging to the fabric of our entire county. Much work to be done to repair the harm of the sound of 76% of the county vote. We know what's wrong with the that the always have known. With the new sheriff certainly already has the department is really, I think it's just another out of damages and terrorizing your family members, not only the oversight. My comment has been made in honor of John Horton, county and the Guardians of honor, for all of the efforts and lives of the workers to this state's national island. It is time for a new demand. And that demand is law enforcement, no one has been damaged, should be, or thrown your immediate removal, that's what I've done. Your immediate removal of the sound of 7.5 constitution. Thank you. The new sheriff certainly already has the department.
Angela Mendoza.
I think it's just another out of damages.
Angela Mendoza.
Terrorizing.
Back to you, and I'm part of the group that helped fight and get this commission in the first place. So what happened today is unfortunately the result of a lot of what we fought for. But what I also heard was a lot of denial, a lot of evasion, and a lot of trying to push off responsibility on other people. That's why there is a commission. That's why many of us work to get this commission, and that's why the people voted for you to have subpoena powers. So the people like Ty Shelton, who killed Deanna Mr. Mason, thank you. We shot Thomas with the fight to get this commission, Michael Thomas, for what happened these days. And so we come to you, fortunately, to raise now. We are asking that I also heard those firms be investigated, that I Shelton be fined and prosecuted. And we're asking for justice in the name of the United States. Commission Mason, thank you. Thank you. Any of us work together.
Followed by
For you to have subpoena. People like Shelton who killed the Mason, thank you. I shot Thomas with the fight to get this Michael Thomas. What happened these days. And so we come to you, unfortunately, to raise now. We are asking that I also heard that I Shelton be fined and prosecuted.
Here on behalf of the Texas Sheriff Coalition, this commission should fully investigate the devastating impact of deputy gangs on our communities and urge the Board of Supervisors to give its power to overhaul the entire LASD. As part of the sweeping around the edges of reform will not eradicate the impacts of LASD's cultural abuse and violence that give rise to deputy gangs and murders. To this day, more than a year into Sheriff's administration, LASD has yet to adopt a policy clearly prohibiting deputy gangs and continued violations of the law. Deputy gangs, these aren't cliques or subgroups or secret societies or fraternities, as they're described around the report, or in part in the COC LASD. Come a long way since we catered to people as the end of this report. We calling these cliques instead of trying to receive violence. These are paramilitary agents who kill and rape, stay locked in Black and brown community members within speakers, and then go on to systematically harass community families by retaliating law. For example, is 80% power and against the fraternities. We urge you to Google LASD gangs here to people that should these are paramilitary agents reporting that to be it was obvious to me that there my other comments that I would encourage you to Google that is again what you're talking about how you giving comments to other people. Yet when other people that is not more people that is when it was talking, when you were talking, she kept up being a lot of laughing at the one that started saying comments talking about it's just very frustrating to see that that should all be they don't start we're not gonna shut up and shut us up and we're gonna be out loud if they're doing it. Thank you.
I totally understand where you're coming from. I just want to say that this law school loans this facility to us. And the condition is that I keep it orderly and professional. Both sides, though. I agree both sides. I did not hear that. I apologize. Anyone else?
Okay, minutes. We're going to start off with the camera. Camera, if you can please unmute yourself. You've got 2 minutes.
There's a ton of interference.
Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
I totally understand where you're coming from. I just want to say that this law school
Am I heard?
loans this facility to us. And the condition is
Hello, am I being heard? Because I'm hearing Kennedy speak.
Both sides, though. I agree both sides. I did not hear that.
You're very faint. Can you speak to your microphone loud.
There's total interference online. I'm hearing all these conversations while people are making public comment.
not
There's
working.
interference.
Unmute yourself. You've got 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? There's a ton of interference. Hello, can you hear me?
We understand where you're coming from. I just want to say that this facility to us and the condition. No, we don't.
Speak.
Both sides, do I?
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to take your comments
Speak
another
to the
40
microphone.
seconds.
There's total interference online. I'm hearing all these conversations while people
Okay,
are
so we're gonna,
public comment.
it's not
There's
working. Stop the online comments.
You've got 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We're gonna terminate the online comics because we just can't make them work today. We're having a technical issue. We really apologize. We'll try to fix that for the next time. Before we conclude, Rob, you had mentioned you wanted to make some remarks about former Undersheriff Murakami's non-appearance.
This is just by way of the ad hoc committee on subpoenas to report that former Undersheriff Murakami continues to oppose appearing and testifying before the commission. There's a hearing in Superior Court, I believe, on January 23rd, coming up in the not too distant future, in which we're seeking to have the Superior Court order Murakami to appear and testify before this body at its next available hearing date. So stay tuned. I don't know right now. He's opposing the motion, saying that he doesn't have any valuable testimony that he could give to this commission, which is, by the way, boggles the mind for him to say that. I mean, we've already heard today that, among other things, he's the one that announced that the Inspector General was under criminal investigation. He made a public announcement of that. I mean, I'd like to know, did he decide to do that? Did other people authorize that, such as the witness that was just here, and so forth? I mean, he obviously has long experience with the Sheriff's Department. He, or at least there are allegations that he himself was a member of a deputy clique, exclusionary subgroup or gang. So he has valuable testimony that this commission needs. And I just wanted to make a short record on that so that maybe that will be helpful to our outside counsel, Harv, when he goes to the Superior Court and says that, yes, we still need his testimony and we're expecting that he would appear and testify before this commission. Thank you, Chair Kennedy.
Agreed. Before we conclude, I just want to say, Mr. Deichsler, seeing you up there and your level of preparation on behalf of this commission. It's truly humbling. Yes. Did. Well, the ad hoc committee on deputy gangs meets regularly. Obviously, we have the outstanding issue of Under Sheriff Murakami, who continues to violate his subpoena. This witness, Mr. Villanueva, seems to think that he can negotiate the terms of his testimony. Of course, we have power under local ordinance, the Board of Supervisors, Measure R, and California state law are all different bases for us to independently investigate and subpoena witnesses regarding oversight. We don't need to negotiate with Mr. Villanueva. And I think I speak for the ad hoc. We have no intention of negotiating with him.
Yeah.
So the question is it valuable to have him come back and be quarrelsome once again? I don't know the answer, but we will keep you posted. As we end the meeting, I want you to remind this was a special
Mr. Chair,
hearing.
Mr. Chair, is it valuable? I have questions. I mean, I have questions of Villanueva that I want to ask.
No.
So I think it is valuable to have them return. We can discuss that in the ad hoc. But the other point I would make is that there are conditions. We should initially, through his counsel, ask him to voluntarily come back on March 6th or March 7th. If he's not willing to do that, then I think we probably need to reissue a subpoena. And I assume that that would have the support by the full commission if we need to reissue a subpoena for him to appear at that date and time.
Well, I thought we would take that up next week at our next regularly scheduled meeting on January 18th at 9 a.m. at St. Anne's Conference Center. We're live and on the web. I really appreciate the participation we had. I know that this is a very emotional issue, the deputy gangs and all of the people they've heard inside and more importantly, outside, well, equally importantly, outside the department. But if we're going to develop evidence, we have to be able to have a hearing format where our counsel asks questions and the witness answers them. And we cannot have chaos out there. And I just hope that everyone will respect our need to develop evidence. Okay, I'll see everyone next week, and we will have more information about the next special hearing at that time.
Kennedy, do you mind if I make a statement for county council?
I don't know what that statement is, so I don't think we should have any statements.
Okay, I'll tell them to submit it in the public writing.
Thank you.
Is that still live linked?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.